heaviness and a lot of the darkness. And I see him actually perhaps being able to help people or work with people in some way. And that doesn't mean as a counselor or anything, just sharing his experience, right? And being able to share his experience. There's a sense of finding himself again. Again, this is a journey. It's not like tomorrow this is happening, but he is in the process of it. There's a lot of anger and a lot of pain that he's still dealing with. And this is on the more emotional levels. And so he's got to move his way through that. But I see that he will and that he can. It's just going to take time. And one of the messages for you is to not, it's not for you not to, but to not take it on. And of course, as a mother, it is so hard not to take it on. But all you can do is support and love. And when he's lashing out, or when there's the anger, or when you see him going down, it's like, how can you hold space for him without having to like take care of him? And obviously there's certain ways you have to, right? But this is his journey. So it's almost like, where can you step back, not totally out of the picture, but where can you step back and almost like hold him? And it's so hard again to trust. I really understand that, but to like, trust him in his process, doing whatever you can to support without trying to do it for him.
Do you see him coming back to live at my home when he leaves this place?
Yes, I do see that that he could come and live at your home again. But if he does, or when he does, it's really important, and he needs to respect your boundaries. He needs to respect your rules, right?
Yep.
Very important. But I feel like there's that space where he can again rise up. And I actually do see there being a good relationship developing for you, and him coming to a place, if he hasn't already, of really being able to, I don't want to say like apologize, but apologize in a real way, right? To really see what you are to him, right? And he's not fully like,
wow, again, you're amazing. He has started, yes.
Now with Jason,
you're amazing, yeah. Something I waited for years from him, and I'm finally starting to see it come through. I just want to validate that with you. Thank you.
Yeah, very much. And like I said, when I first looked in, I'm like, oh, he's actually moving towards the light. Like really, a lot has transformed for him already, and there's much more to come. I want to be very clear about that. So I'm actually really glad you told me about the car accident, because it's like, oh, well, that makes so much sense. Now, Jason is still in a heavy place, okay? It's like he's got blanket over him. He's in a lot of pain. He, like I said, he's safe. He's okay when we look at it in that space, in that sense. But he's in a lot of pain, and he's like, it's like everything is compressed. Everything is hidden. Everything is like numb, right? Like he doesn't want to feel. And so that's a lot, again, what we see in these cycles of abuse. And my sense is, and I'm going to tune in a little bit more, one of the things that you can do is just, whatever your spiritual beliefs are, whatever it is either pray. For me, I'm not a big prayer, but it would be just holding him in this golden, nourishing light. What he needs is nourishment. And it's like the nourishment of that unconditional love. And now you as mom with the addiction cycle, it's like, even if he just suddenly showed back up, even with your unconditional love, like it's hard to break that cycle, right? Like, again, it's not anything that you can do and be like, well, I'm just going to love him because he might just take advantage again, right? There might be a sense of things like that. And so it's like, how can you bring in a higher power or work with the energy of light to just send him love and nourishment? And that's one of the greatest gifts that you could do for him right now. And then just know that that's what I'm doing for him right now. Just as I see him, is just surrounding him in this beautiful, beautiful, warm blanket of light. And ultimately, there's nothing that anyone can do other than himself to make this change. My sense is I don't see him like snapping out of it right away, or all of a sudden like shifting like tomorrow or like even next month, like he's just suddenly going to wake up. But it's like, where can we just hold him in that light and ask for help, ask for the help from the spirits. the guides to show him, or God, like it can be whatever your spiritual awareness is or beliefs are, to really show him the way, to really show him the way. And as I'm saying that, with this power of prayer or just unconditional love, is that, again, I don't see this like in the next month or anything, but there are some people out there that can bring helping hands and that can bring energy to him. I don't know if it's an outreach worker. I don't know if it's going to be someone he meets, but he's got to be ready to see that and to take that step. And so one of the things that you can do is just hold him in that higher love and that higher space, if that makes sense.
It does. It really does. And I've been praying for that every day, because he is such a wonderful human being. He's very sensitive. He's very emotional. Yeah. And I miss him horribly in my life. May I ask, Lauren is the mother of his two children, the 3-year-old and the 1.5-year-old. Do you see him and Lauren and the children reconciling? Because he's grieving the loss of those children.
He is very much grieving. And when you said sensitive, right before you said that, I'm like, he is so sensitive. Like, he's so sensitive and he's very. Yeah, and this is part of the challenge that's going on for him, because then he's got the guilt and the shame. My sense is, again, I do see at some point in the future, I don't see them reconciling or them getting back together, but I do see him having connection with the children later, when the children are a little bit older. I see before they're adults, right? Like, it's not like when they're 25 or something. That, but he first has to make the steps first. But as he comes into greater healing, I do think she will be open to that, especially when she sees, the shifts and what has happened. I don't think their relationship is going to come back or anything like that.
They've been together for 20 years. Yeah.
Yes. And I think for her, it's going to be healthier. And for him too, it's going to be healthier not to, right?
But he's an addict also. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting that, because what I see for him is like I don't want to say if, I'm going to use the word when he finds the healing, he will actually bring solace for the girls. And I don't know how old they are right now, but I keep getting the age 8, right? So maybe for one of them, when they're the age 8, or when they're getting into that age range, is where some of this shifting in energy is going to be at. And again, just sending him as much love as possible, and that unconditional. And and again, just from my own experience, I really understand the many layers to all of this, and I'm just holding you in so much love.
Yeah, my pain is never ending. It's just 24/7. I'm in pain. So, and may I ask you one last question, because I think I'm taking up a lot of your time.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Would I be able to see? Her mother has never let me see the children. Last year in October, Lauren came here with the 2 children, and welcomed them, and she spent a few days. And since she left, her mom messaged me to meet her places with the kids, and then she doesn't follow through, and she doesn't answer. And I prepare, and I want to pack and play. I would get picnic stuff ready, and then she would answer. And she's done that several times. So I am thinking of going a different avenue to be able to see the children, and so, but I'm so drained. I'm so very drained.
Yeah. So I'm just going to tune in for a moment, and it's totally fine. Let's see. For me to take this time.
Thank you.
So that's the first thing when you actually came on and started mentioning this. I did feel that there was a role for you with the children, and that you should be able to see them in divine order and divine space and divine right. My sense, it's not about going to court or doing anything like that yet. It doesn't mean you won't have to, but there's something about you being in a space of nourishment and you having that strength. So like because that will be a process if you do that. And I sense there will be an easier way. What I keep seeing, and this is not necessarily going to make any sense, but I see like a triangle of light or a pyramid of light, right? And I again, like maybe envisioning you at one quarter of this triangle, this one corner of the triangle, and then the girls at the other corner or one of the other corners. And then like calling up again to this divine power of light or of God or of spirit and asking them to pave the way so that you can come together, to seeing yourself together. So it's something about, again, I think even like you said, creating the room, creating the space for them. If you have that space in your home, like even if they're not there, have that space for them. Put their pictures in there if you have it. For them to be able to come, right? And then I would just keep standing very firm. I would reach out to the mother or the grandmother and really ask, and again, if she keeps blowing you off. But I think standing firm in it first, continuing to be very clear with it. And then if nothing shifts around that within the next year or something, then it might be time to take those other steps, right? But my sense is
Easter time, I took a plant for the mom, and I actually sent Lauren a birthday basket, and I took a whole lot of like clothing and eyeglasses and different cute summer clothes and things and toys for the children. And I went with Douglas. He wasn't injured at the time, and we went there together and met for them. And she just kept there. She said, "Oh my God, she's beautiful, just like you." And the minute she was born, I said, "Geez, this is Jesus." Mom, that girl is so pretty. She looks exactly like you. And then she said, well, I'm retiring. I'm taking the kids and I'm moving out of state. And I thought, that's devastation is out of me for my son and for me, like not to see my two grandchildren. And they live 3 miles up the street from me, and I don't get to see them.
So they live very close to you right now. I'm going to just tune in, and I just got a note. So I'm going to just stay with you for the next 3 or 4 minutes. We've got time. So let me just...
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my pleasure. I feel like I said, it feels like it's meant to be, right? Like just, and so your last contact with them, when you connected with them last, like has she ever said, no, you can't see them? Or is it more that she just doesn't follow through?
I messaged her after that, and then she just, wouldn't respond. And then one day she said we could meet someplace, and then didn't follow through. Then I said to her, please send me pictures of the kids with their funny sunglasses on, because sunglasses to little babies. And I said, we would love to see the pictures. And then she didn't answer. And then she said, we could meet in a place like a park. You have any idea? And I gave her the idea. And I said, I went and got a pack and play for him, so he's free to play in the open. And that and I got toys and I got sandwiches, and I asked her what would they like for lunch, and I would pack a lunch and bring it. And then she just never ever answered. And since then I just sent a message, to just say, thinking of you all. Hope the kids are doing well, and you're looking forward to seeing the kids, and nothing.
Okay, so first of all, and I know the kids are small, very small, but they the joy, and just so you know, there's something about connecting with them that they feel the joy for you too. And so again, I'm sure you do. And even though they don't know you that well, or again, because of their age, they're not going to remember as much, there is this soul and there is this energy that is there and wanting to be there. And so I would encourage you, and it's so hard, right, to continue reaching out. But I would encourage you to continue reach out again. If you know where their house is, this is where it's getting scary, because you don't want to stop. But it's even to drop off a present for the girls, right? And not even to knock at the door, right? Or to mail the present. That would perhaps be better than actually going there, to mail the present for the girls, right? Okay. And to just, send a package, and don't expect a response, right? It's not about expecting a response, but send the the message, if you are able to talk to the mom or the grandma again, to really, again, speak so much, just how much you want to see the girls, you want to be part of their life. My sense is they are not going to move. I want you to know that. I don't sense they're going to move out of the state, even if that's something they were thinking about or doing. I don't sense that as anything happening anytime soon. And yet, it's like holding that root, holding that ground so that you get to see them and experience and to be with them, right? Even if it's sometimes, right? And I think that's important. And again, I don't think it's because of you that they're not contacting you. I think it's got other reasons. I think it's their own stuff. And I just got my 60 seconds message, so I do have to go. But know that it's not you. It's again the more of the chaos that's going on within their family.
Sure.
And yeah, please, if you feel like reaching out and letting me know how everything's going, I'd love to hear. You can find me at azrael.love. I want to thank everyone.
I'm trying to get...
Yes?
Is that meeting going to be granted to me? It's not legal. It's just a meeting with somebody in my township named Dave.
Oh yeah, I think so. I do think so. I don't think things blocking up too much. So thank you so much, everybody. I must go. I wish you all the most beautiful day, and it was so beautiful to share with you, Joanne. I wish you the best, and sending everyone present love and peace. So much love. Namaste.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy Hump Day, and happy World Kindness Day today. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the lovely, wonderful, beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am super excited to come on today and just to, number one, always share my gifts with you all and to see how the readings are with the callers, but also to, share a little bit about what's been going on the last 3 weeks of my life. So been very busy. I just got back from doing what I call a little 3-week mini tour. So I was on the East Coast, visited New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania, and was out there really for an event called the New Jersey Para-Unity Expo, and got to share my gifts and meet so many beautiful, amazing people that are out in that area there. And just all over, so many people came into that expo, and it was incredible. And had just beautiful connections, amazing energy that was there. There was a lot of energy, but we had some great connections. And then that was 2 days worth. And one of the highlights of my, for me personally, I mean, of course, sharing my gifts and seeing the comfort and the closure and the healing that and guidance that, that clients as they came to me got. But one thing that I loved, that I just wanted so much to be able to meet one of my kind of silent mentors for 28 years that I've been a medium and practicing mediumship. I wanted to meet the well-renowned medium Chip Coffey. If you're familiar with Chip Coffey, he was who I believe directed and produced, correct me if I'm wrong, but Psychic Kids. So, and I loved that because back when I was younger, what I do now and my gifts that I had back then were looked at as, imagination, or, I was troubled, or I needed, psychological help. And he really, did this show to show that, these are gifts that kids have at a young age, and we grow up with them, and we don't quite understand them if we don't have, guidance or mentors. So I love that he did that. And then he also worked with, a paranormal team, kind of a ghost hunting show called Kindred Spirits. So it was just so neat to be able to quickly just tell him how much that he has, inspired me and, mentored me. Little did he know, behind the scenes, kind of a silent mentor. But got to have a picture, meet him briefly. That was really cool. Got to meet Jason Hawes of Ghost Hunters, and got to kind of be at an after party with all the ghost hunters, the team, and then also Ghost Brothers and Kindred Spirits and Project Fear. I mean, there's so many. It was so fun. So I had a great time. Then got to tour around New York, and with my husband, that was incredible. Got to go to Ground Zero. And I'll tell you, if you've never had the chance to go to New York, to go to Ground Zero, or to go to the Empty Sky Memorial that's on the other side, that's in New Jersey, I highly suggest you take some time and go and just be in the moment, feel all the feels, back on that horrific, tragic day of 9/11 in 2001. I have to think my daughter was 18 months, my oldest. So I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing, and remember that whole day. So to be there at Ground Zero doing what I do, it was very overwhelming. It was heavy, but it also was just very, I guess, kind of humbling. It was just kind of interesting, all the feels. But so anyhow, we got to do that and go to some other places. And then I got to take my husband to a Philadelphia game in Pennsylvania. That was fun. Got to go see a live Eagles game. We had great seats. That was a blast. So, and they won, and it was a crazy win. So that was kind of cool to be present for. And then we came back home, and I had one day to turn around and go to Indiana, and went to visit my cousins, and out there got to see them. I have not seen these two cousins in 40 years. So yes, that tells you how old I am. So and got to do a few events out there, and that was incredible, absolutely incredible. So anyhow, so I'm just getting back. I'm back in the groove of everything, and cannot wait to see how this full moon energy is going to affect readings. So as some of you know, we have the full beaver moon that's here on Friday. So the energy a couple days before is starting to be heightened. So the veil between us and the physical or the spiritual realm is very thin. And then usually a couple days after. So if you're wanting to do some full moon energy work, you can start now. Put that moon water out there, all your crystals and stones, and let them absorb all that beautiful full moon feminine energy. So we'll see how these readings are. Already have had some amazing connections today. So to get to it, some of you know that I bring up numbers, and numbers are really connected to either someone in spirit or a spirit guide, or can just be intuitively connecting to either a caller or any other readings that I have later tonight. So the number, I got fairly large number, this number 78, which would be like the age of 78, July 8th, someone even born in 1978. But what was interesting is it switched to 15, which 7 plus 8 being 15. So I'm going to kind of go with those numbers. We got kind of a broad, range of how these will connect, but I thought I better throw them all out there, and we'll see what happens with the callers tonight. But also, they connect as like a birthday or a death date or an age. This is how spirit works. So, but I did pull a couple cards, as we always do, for everybody. And the affirmation, we'll do that one first, because I did pull two, because we're in the full moon energy. And so I thought, let's pull a moonology card. So really quickly, the affirmation for everybody, and I love this card. It really does resonate with me with some things going on in my life. And it says, forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. So forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, which is very true. Forgiveness is huge, and the human side does not like to forgive, by the way, but it's very, very good and very cleansing and helpful. But opening up to new and loving experiences. So basically, you've got to forgive so you can move on, so you can open yourself up to new and loving experiences. Otherwise, if you don't, you will always sit in that kind of secluded dark space, and you'll miss out on new opportunities. So think about that for sure. Then the card that was pulled on the moonology, which this actually fits beautifully with this now that I'm reading it, the new moon in Aquarius. So shout out to all of the Aquariuses, those air signs. I'm an air sign as well. And it says to bring love into the situation. So there you go. Forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences, then bring love into the situation. Now, if those aren't perfect together, I don't know what is. So there you go. Some affirmation and a little oracle moonology for you all, and however that meshes with your life, take it on in. All right, you guys. Well, I am super excited. I've been out for a bit, and so I'm happy to be back. But my first caller is Jamie. Jamie is from, I believe, Kansas City, Missouri. Hi, Jamie. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, hon. How can I help you tonight?
I'm not really sure. I've just been going through a lot lately in my life. I really just don't have any direction. Kind of lost at what I should be doing.
Okay. Welcome to the many of the masses. I think we're all kind of like in this weird kind of like vortex of energy lately. It's been really interesting. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I do probably, I don't know, average of 15 readings a week-ish. And I'll tell you, you're not out of the norm, my friend. You're right there with many. So I think we're all just, waiting to see how next year is, So happy to see what I can do to give you some guidance. I'm gonna pull a few cards, just to see if there's anything that stands out. When I use my cards, for those who aren't familiar, I do use tarot, but I use them more as a guide or a tool, but really a visual validation of what my gifts are giving me. So sometimes it's nice. The human side wants validations, So just a couple things really interesting. As I pulled your cards, and I don't believe in coincidences at all. I don't believe in them. I think everything happens for a reason. And your cards happen to actually equal up to the number 15. So do you connect with that number? Do you connect with the number 15?
I don't think so. Nothing I can think of. Anyways.
Okay, no worries. And keep that in mind. So 15 for me, as I connect, it'll be, the 15th of a month being a death date, a birth date, a significant date. Now we could be looking at January 5th as a date where it's a 1 and a 5. So it's kind of how spirit gives me numbers and connects. But I really do, honestly, I feel like I am going back to 2015. So I want you to keep that in mind. So 9 years ago, just because there seems to be some shadow work that I'm feeling clear back from 9 years ago that is really a big part of what's holding you back from being able to find your purpose or to find your happiness or, what you're wanting to do with your life. So just be mindful about that time, about that 2015 time, okay? And if it resonates, please, you can interrupt and let me know. So in looking at your cards, there's such an emphasis on you being a very spiritual being, my friend. You have a lot of beautiful anyways. So you pulled this High Priestess card, this 8 of Pentacles, which is right side up, by the way. But there's also what I kind of felt was going to be coming. Now, this deck I use is primarily feminine energy. It's mostly women. There's 10 cards that have men. You happen to pull one card that is really I guess I would say the dominant of them. And that King of Swords is the battle, my friend. So there's some masculine energy that's holding you back from doing what you're wanting to do with your life. So please be mindful of who that may be. Are you married?
No. No, okay. I've been alone for a while. Yeah, a few years.
Okay. For how many years? I'm sorry.
At least almost 3.
3 years? Okay. Okay. So the energy of that masculine, really, I know this is kind of hard to explain in such a short amount of time, but it is the source of energy that, if you look at cord cutting, which I do a lot of cord cutting, it's cutting that energetic cord of energy that's feeding into you from the masculine energy. So it's going back again. I want you to go back to 2015 and what was going on with the man in your life, whether it be dad or significant other. Has dad passed? Boy, I just had a very strong father step in. Boy.
I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to him in a few years.
Okay. It's making a lot of sense. Okay. All right. So, again, these are the energies and it goes, and honestly, that card I pull fits really beautifully with you too, hon, where forgiveness helps so that you can let go and move on. So you can find love and happiness.
So.
Yep. Yep. That's beautifully with you. So all this is coming full circle. So, finding forgiveness for dad, even, any masculine or male in your life. So be mindful of that. That really is the biggest source of energy I feel that's holding you back. I think that's going to help you have kind of a next step is working on that. Also, that very high vibrational spiritual side that you have, you're just not using it to its full potential. So you really have a very high vibrational energy. It's just this masculine energy is kind of overshadowing it. So, you have a healing energy. There's no doubt in my mind you're meant to help and heal others. So if you've been drawn to, anything in the medical field or teaching or massage therapy or cosmetology, all of these are right in that kind of that healing realm. Do you work right now?
Yes.
Okay. Because I feel what you're doing for work, and you don't have to say what you do. I just feel it's just a job, and that's fine. That'll, we got to pay our bills somehow.
Yeah, that's right.
But think about adding something to your life that is going to fill up that spiritual cup, but will also help you to close these chapters and that energy and cut those cords with dad, or any other masculine energy in your life.
Yeah. There's been a few like disappointments.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah. And when you go back to that 2015, I know you're going to go, oh, yep, I get it.
It could be my ex-husband.
Yeah, that's the direction I was going, but I wanted you to say.
Yeah. I was thinking, and I was like, well, he kind of kept coming around that time, I think.
Right.
And they always mess with everything as they do.
Oh.
And
right. Yeah. So there's, there's just that, that unfortunate lingering, source of energy that, just we have to move on and forgive and find closure. And then once you do, it's amazing to see how things start just flowing beautifully. So, think about doing that for sure. Because as I see next year, we're in the year of the 9. That means that it's a time for completion. It's ending cycles. It's ending, journeys that have either not served you in a good way or you're ready for the next chapter. And you're right there, my friend. You're right there.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. I've had a lot of things come full circle, or I've seen it for what it is lately.
Yeah.
And it's obviously not good, to be around. So I get that.
Right.
Yeah, I do understand that.
I honestly, this might sound weird to say, but I'm proud of you and I commend you for taking time away from any men right now and just focusing on you. I feel, it'll be time for you to have a new relationship within due time. But for now, still keep working on you and you'll see how it all come around.
Yeah. Okay? I've been trying to do that for a while, but
Good. Well, that's good. Well, watch for next year. It's going to be a good year.
I hope so. I really, really I truly need it. Really do.
I know, hon. Well, I will be sending you lots of good love and light and good positive energy your way, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. You're so welcome. You have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I think we got time for the next caller. And I missed the name of Tiffany. Oh, hi. Tiffany from Canada. Oh, I love my Canada. How are you? This is a mini medium.
I'm good.
Good. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
I was just wondering if there's anything on like family, health, or career.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, let's kind of just, I'll go with whatever pops up first. Okay. For sake of some time, let me ask you, just because I love out of curiosity, because I keep getting numbers today like crazy. Do you connect with the number 15 as a significant number, death date, a birth date, an age?
Yeah, my birthday's on the 15th of January.
Oh, beautiful. I meant to connect with you. I knew I would find my person. Oh, I love it. Okay. Well, my friend, that your birthday, your number has been popping up all over. So, and I know, for sake of some time, I'm going to dive right into what's already coming up. So, but I'll tell you that number I was getting was really coming from a beautiful mother energy on the other side. So I was very much channeling a soul that is like a mother or mom. It was very maternal when I was seeing that number. So however you connect with that, would that be your mom, grandmother?
What's that, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I missed that.
And that would be your mom?
Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
You're okay. Nope. That number 15 I was getting, just wanted you to know it's coming from a very beautiful maternal spirit or energy that has passed. So has your mom or grandmother passed? So mom's mom?
Nope, they are still alive.
Okay. So I want you to be mindful of the, and this can very well be if you're married, significant other. So very maternal was bringing me that number 15, very much from the other side. So whoever very much is protective of you from the maternal was mentioning your birthday, that 15. Now, in looking, I pulled a few cards for you. I know you were kind of asking a few different topics, but boy, I'll tell you, you hold a lot of energy about your kiddos. So, and you have children?
Yes, I have 3.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. I just wrote down the number 3. So beautiful. I know I've got about 5 minutes. So I'm going to tell you in this time, being that all that energy is sitting with you when it comes to the babies, some things I want you to just be mindful of, really coming here in about the next, 8 weeks. Boy, this is coming soon, Mama. So in about the next 2 months, starting into January, February, very much your oldest, I'm being drawn to the oldest, having some pretty significant shifts or changes in their path. There's a sense of even needing to just let it happen. So, and a lot of education wrapped around this because I see books everywhere. Is your oldest old enough to be attending higher education, college, high school?
No, she's in grade 5.
She's in 5. Okay. Your oldest is only, in 5th grade. Okay. I had to think she's only 5 years old. Okay. So,
yeah, she's 10.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was that?
She's 10 years old, just turned 10.
10. Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. So even with her, some very significant changes with education coming. So I don't know how it is in Canada right around March time, springtime, but very much thinks outside the box. So if she's I know my daughter's 12 and, she's kind of put in different educational classes based on how she learns. So watch for that. There's this emphasis on her being really almost over the top. Especially, is she very intellectual when it comes to reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to tell you, about that March time. I don't know how school is for you guys. Do they go on a spring break around that time? I know it sounds weird, but...
Yes, they do.
Okay. So just watch around that time, just to give you a time frame of them even wanting to talk about her education, or she's in some more advanced classes. I think my only concern is that just how quickly this may progress, that it may be too much, too soon, too fast. So just kind of watch for that for her. And then okay. How do you connect with the month of August?
I have my in-laws, my father-in-law's birthday is there, and my sister-in-law's birthday is in August.
Okay, and both living?
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. Just some little bit of something. I feel like I'm going towards your father-in-law just because of what I'm seeing, more masculine side. maybe just have him be mindful of, there's a lot of emphasis on that month having some health, not really issues, but needing to address some things, especially with blood pressure, with the heart, the lungs, especially with father-in-law. So, boy, you know, when I mentioned the mother energy that was here, I got that coming in again. So this has got to be on your husband's side, my friend. And whoever this is the one mentioned.
Yeah, it actually might be my father-in-law's mom. She just passed away not too long ago.
Okay, perfect. Okay, she's the one popping in really quick and wanting to make sure her son takes this seriously. So have him make sure he's staying on top of that blood pressure and even the cholesterol. That was one thing I was saying too. So the arteries. Sometimes they'll do this. They'll pop in because they're worried about their babies, which ironically, we're talking about your baby. So this is kind of come a little full circle. But I'll tell you, I know I've got about 90 seconds, but just want you to just know for you, take a deep breath, Mama. There's a lot of energy of worry about the kids, but I'll tell you, I'm very transparent with what I see, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Maybe not what you want to know, but I'm not worried about the kids. So take a deep breath. I feel like they're going to be just fine. Matter of fact, your oldest daughter is smart as hell, my friend. Oh my gosh, she's got her brain. I can't even keep up with it. So watch out for that one. All right, my friend. Well, I know this was so brief and a lot in such a short amount of time, but I think the biggest message was to just watch over that oldest for sure. But please let your father-in-law know his mother came through if you feel comfortable, and have him check his health, okay?
Okay, we'll do that. Well, thanks so much.
Okay. All right, my friend. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. All right, you guys, that is a quick wrap, right? It goes by so fast. But I am your mini medium. Please go follow me on Instagram at minimedium75. Facebook is mini medium. And then my website, mini-medium.com. See you next time, guys. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from psychicpaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is doing well and feeling love and feeling safe. I am coming from Minnesota, and I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I am so happy to be here. Thank you, everyone, for listening and for calling in. This is really, really an awesome chance for everyone to get a reading free, and for us clairvoyants and psychics and mediums to be able to reach out to everyone that calls in. So hello and welcome to November. I hope that everyone is going to have a wonderful holiday season. We are going to be celebrating Thanksgiving soon here in the United States. And I'm just thankful for everything this year. This year has brought a lot of changes for me, a lot of ones I didn't want. But now I'm feeling very, very blessed, and I hope others are too. I hope that everyone kind of stays centered during all this holiday situations. It can be depressing for some people with hard family backgrounds. It can be lonely for a lot of people who don't have family. And it's even harder for those people that have hard childhood memories of the holidays, and yet some who haven't had any holidays as children. So I hope that you're all gentle with each other and just love and be patient with yourself. And whatever you do, don't overdo it. Don't think that you need all the money in the world to make people happy. Don't overextend yourself to be the person that does everything. Just really, really be balanced, because the holidays are hard. Even on the best terms, it can be hard. So with that being said, I hope that somebody calls. I am at Psychic Paths, www.psychicpaths.com. If you would like to write me a message or set up your own private reading, I am available. So yes, so I hope that everything goes good tonight for you, and that you try out calling in, because we have a lot of excellent readers here. We have Tanya, New South Wales. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, look, not too bad today. Thank you. Yes.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
I guess I'd just like to know a bit of direction, where I should be devoting my time, whether it be to study, maybe what's going on in my relationship at the moment, whether it's worth pursuing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let me hear what Spirit has to say. So what I got right away when you were talking was that you do have a good intuition. Your gut instinct is very right on, especially about yourself. And what Spirit has told me while you were talking was that you already have a good idea of what you should be doing and what direction you should be doing. But I feel like you argue with yourself or you bring up what ifs. This is what Spirit is telling me. So then you feel kind of overwhelmed and kind of stuck. But Spirit is telling me that you have a very, very good intuition on yourself. Do you know what I mean by a gut instinct? Or you know,
I guess there's things I want to do. I'm fairly good at manifesting things. I just, I'm not sure when the finances will improve.
Let me see what Spirit says about that. So have you been having like being more focused on your finances, let's say for the last year or since March?
Yes,
because
particularly now within the last few months. Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. Yes, they say that you've had a blinding flash of insight on the finances part. I feel like there's going to be a little difficulty or a stagnation for a while. And that's just, I feel like planetary situations, not karma, but planetary situations. And I feel
how long do you see that going on for, like months or?
I feel like it's going to happen for about the next 6 weeks, the next month, next 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
And I feel like there's a hidden lesson inside this. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I think you're even bright enough or intuitive enough to know that there's a lesson in the money being stagnant. Like, what have you learned from this? Because somehow there's a little lesson in this that yes.
That makes sense. Mainly being more sensible.
Oh, it's so hard to do. For me anyway. Also, you know, you have a very, very good outlook on money. You know it's a tool. You know it's not the feast, but it's the utensils in order to have a feast. So I feel like by the end of December, you should be doing really well. I feel like the manifestations aren't going to come little by little, but they're just going to be just abundant. Starting in December, middle of December, it should be all coming towards your way, what you've been wishing for and what you've been manifesting. That's what I see.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that's what I've sort of planned for.
And I feel like it's brought on some sadness for you, and I can understand that. And maybe you don't know that there's a sadness right now, but it's a sadness because, you know, money's important. It's like air. I know, you know, it's not the most important thing, but we need it like air. And we don't know, it makes us sad to work through it until we have the money. And then it's like, wow, I really feel relieved. So I feel like you're going to have a relieved feeling pretty soon.
Okay.
Let me see real quick about.
Okay, and with my the situationship that I'm in,
yes.
Is this man the right man for me, or like?
I do believe that he is very, very good. Do you notice the pauses when you're talking to him? Because I feel like he has an obstacle of speaking his emotions. He can show them and you can feel them, but there's kind of an obstacle with his speaking of his emotions.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I never feel like emotionally invested.
And I think that it's just that uneasy feeling he has about expressing his emotions. But I do believe that his intentions and his motivations are good. And if it's about that distant feeling, it's more just in the conversation part of him, inability to express everything he feels. And I feel like he feels deep, and from what I can sense, he's intense at times. He wishes he were lighthearted. That's too bad because he's intense. I just heard he would like to be lighthearted and, easygoing, but he's very, very good. I think that you should stick with him until.
Okay. Is he afraid of commitment?
No.
I feel he's scared of commitment.
I think he's afraid of showing who he is. I feel like he's afraid of being vulnerable. And that's the part of the talking too, because if he opens up to you, then he's vulnerable.
Right.
And he has to work on that. You don't have to work on that.
No.
Okay.
So should I just wait for him to contact me?
Yes.
When he's ready.
Yes. And you can help him if you want to envision in spirit. The blue chakra will help him talk more. If you can focus on manifesting the blue chakra just being open and pulsating and being healthy, it may help him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope I've been of some help to you tonight. I'm so glad you called.
Yeah, you have. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You have a wonderful rest of your week.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, everyone, I'll see you next week. Everyone, please have a great week, and I will see you then next Wednesday. Be safe. Love. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights with Solaris
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever and whenever you're watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I have been a tarot reading for over 10 years. I do a lot of things from spirit channeling, from sound therapy, but at the end of the day, I'm simply a messenger of spirit coming to bring insight to those who find me. And if you joined us before, you'll know that I typically start out with a collective message. And I am getting quite a bit of a different direction from spirit today. And so this message isn't going to be necessarily for the collective, but it will be for specific groups of people. So in order to know that this message is for you, of course, use your own intuition, right? Because we use our own discernment at all times. No, even if a tarot reading, a psychic of 40 years, always use your own intuition. But if you come across the numbers 221, 212, 414, 14, and 74. If you come across those numbers within the next 24 hours, then you know that this message is for you. And this is different than what I usually go for, but this is what Spirit is saying. All right. For this group of people, this is coming into a time for a really positive change. All right. You're going to be pushed very quickly into a specific direction, and know that you have fortune and luck on your side. So if you suddenly start to get a lot of movement, go with it. The universe is pushing you towards the path that is meant for your highest and greatest good. Now, you've been working hard, and you're going to have to continue to work hard, because it's not time to reap all of those rewards yet. But your skilled work is going to be rewarded at the end of this path. So just continue on with that path. If you're thinking about going to school or learning a new skill, now is the time to do that. There is going to be a lot of public recognition coming towards you, especially if you want to go into social media or you're trying to communicate with more people. You are going to be able to set the stage and bring people together. So again, if you're part of any of those numbers, in the next 24 hours, listen to that message that you are about to be pushed forward into a path, and follow it with faith and trust. All right. And we have, let's see, a caller today. So we have Vinny from Australia. Hello. How are you?
Good, thank you.
What can I do for you today? Do you have any specific questions?
I feel like overwhelmed at the moment in every single way. Maybe financial, love, because I'm single at the moment.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. So immediately I see the dreamer card coming in. So there is like a beginning step of your intuition coming forth. So you may be daydreaming a lot, possibly, as you just said, relationships. So you may be in your mind quite a bit and trying to find the possibilities, but it also seems a bit like you don't really know what to do next, what decision to make next, because I'm seeing like, hey, there's kind of a battle between like your ego and what's actually good for you. So maybe you have a specific type of person you've been attracted to, or you think that you need to be at a certain level in order to bring love in to you. Like, oh, okay, I have to look like this, I have to wear this in order to be beautiful. So there is an ego in a play, and that's really going and shifting things in an imbalanced way, where your heart, your being is just not lining together quite yet. But let's see what we have coming forward. So yeah, it does seem like in the next few weeks that there's going to be more like this anxious feeling coming forward, and a lot of worrying coming forward. So I think that you're already in this state of trying like, oh gosh, I don't know what to do. I'm not sure what's going forward, but that's okay, because underneath you're coming in with taking a deep breath, find some solitude. Right? You're not going to find your answers when you're out running around, when you have all these thoughts in your head and you can't fall asleep, especially active thinking at night. That's going to be kind of your downfall right now, because it's just, you can't turn your mind off. So coming into finding stillness within yourself will really help you find some answers regarding all of your situations. But we're coming back into love. It's important to be fair in how you judge other people. There's maybe some potential partners surrounding you, but you have pushed them off to the side because you're not judging them for who they are, but only what you're seeing at the surface. It also means that perhaps you're not always speaking up for yourself or standing up for your beliefs. So again, this is coming back to like there's a dichotomy here. So you have emotions and logic here, but at the same time you are judging, but you're judging yourself, you're judging others, maybe not in a harsh way. You may not even be realizing that you're doing this, but there is this judgment here. And it's asking you to step back to see what is fair, what will bring balance to you. Let's get a little bit more information. All right. We got to continue to work with your intuition. You have a lot of intuition, and it seems like you're getting a lot of messages while you are dreaming. You may have very vivid dreams, or you may not remember your dreams, but within that nighttime, you have a lot of activity bringing you messages through the subconscious. What I do like here is that as you follow your intuition, we want to be fair and just on how we judge other people, but we also need to touch that trust, the gut feeling that we have on another person. So again, we have this black and white, like, is it yes or is it no? So you're going to be bouncing back and forth quite a bit. But it does seem that you could be coming into, I'm not seeing necessarily into a relationship within the next, let's see, 6 to 8 weeks. I don't see a relationship. But what I do see is that within this time period, you're going to receive some type of good news. And that's going to propel your confidence forward. So you're going to be just shining brightly, and you're going to have somebody approach you who has a very open heart, who wants to get to know you, who's romantically interested in you, wants to go out and take you out on a date and share things with you. It doesn't look like this particular relationship is going to last, but it's a start of allowing you to step back into that romantic feels and stepping back into your emotions. So it's kind of like somebody's coming here, inviting you out to open the door. Again, that's not going to be within like 6 to 8 weeks, but that recognition and that confidence building will be, and that's going to bring into that next milestone of stepping out there in a new way. And overall, again, I still think this is going to take a while. I'm seeing roughly around 3 months at least. There could be a wedding invitation or some type of big event that is coming up within maybe February, March, even April may be a little bit too late, but another person is going to be coming towards you. They're going to be trying to strike up interest, like, hey, let's go out, let's do this. Is somebody who is going to be a pretty masculine energy, but also very logical. May like to argue sometimes, to debate in a friendly manner, but they are steady and they have a good foundation, and they really like puzzles too, or just critical thinking. So this is going to be somebody coming forward, possibly maybe even an engineer. So just keep an eye out for that. It may not be somebody you usually go for, but this person, even though he's a very logical, he's wanting to come forward and say, hey, let's try this out in the emotions. How are you feeling about that so far?
Yeah.
And so it's going to take a little bit longer, but you're going to have a few steps. The first person you're going to go on a date with, it's not going to be like the one or anything like that, but it is going to help you regain more confidence. And as far as work, there is a work message coming through that continue on what you're doing. All right. I know you're not seeing what you want exactly in this moment, but you are building and you are planting the seeds and the foundation. All right. And this will come up with more rewards for you in the future. I was just saying that in the collective message, and you are part of that group. What you are doing now is going to pay off. So continue that, even if it's going to take a little bit more patience. And you will have some interesting information regarding work coming to you within the next 72 hours. something that you may have thought was on hold or was taking a long time is you're going to get information is going to pick back up. So you may just find yourself really busy at work the next few days. All right, let's see what else. See any more messages? Any more messages for Vinny? Yes. So there is definitely a pause on the romance and the relationships at this time, but that is because you're asking to come into that balance. So that balance of the logic and emotion, again, we're seeing all these sides for you repeatedly. But that partnership is on the horizon. We just have to wait a little bit longer. So what I'm seeing is the number 12. So it could be 12 weeks. But by around this time next year, you should find yourself in a committed relationship that brings a lot of different perspectives to you. It would be very good for growth for you as well. So watch around the 12-week mark. That should help you kind of scope people out. Again, I'm seeing a wedding invitation. So if you have a wedding coming up, keep an eye out. You may meet some interesting people who you can hit it off with and be like, okay, let's go grab a drink or let's go get dinner. Or even a graduation of some type. It doesn't necessarily have to be school, but some type of completion of that is, or a birth announcement as well. Possibly maybe someone close to you may be announcing a pregnancy. So these are just milestones to look into to say, hey, okay, I'm on the right path. Okay, I these things are happening, so I know these other opportunities and relationships and work, they're here. Do you need clarification on anything else? We do have a little bit longer.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. It really resonates.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, it's really good. It sounds really good. Yeah.
So again, just notice the next couple of weeks are going to be a little bit nervous and anxious for you. You're going to be up in your head a lot, but find that time to go into solitude, because the ending card that I pulled out is the Empress. And this is all about coming into that nurturing energy of yourself. It is great for new relationships. It's great to nurture yourself and your family members. So you have a lot of abundance and luck coming your way. So just get through the next few weeks. Things will look up closer to the new year and afterwards.
Oh, awesome. No worries. Thank you very much for your time.
Of course. I hope you have a wonderful day or night in Australia.
No worries. Thank you. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. And if you're wondering why I look like a 1970s country western singer, I will tell you. It's because it's been a slightly challenging week for me. I'm better now. But when I feel a little challenged, I like to dance around my house singing old classic country western songs really loud. So, ready? I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden along with the sunshine. There's gotta be a little rain sometimes. When you take, you gotta give some love and let live and let go. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. There you go. And no auto-tune. So, hi, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings everywhere. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so glad you're here. I'm sending you love from my heart to your heart. Boom, got that? And we are about to do the Psychic Tarot Weather. And this is where I pick 3 cards. And the first card is the beginning of the week, starting now. Second card is the middle of the week, which is the weekend. Third card is the rest of the week. Ta-da! I knew you could do it. Before we start, I just want to say I did a wonderful podcast today with my terrific friend, Bridget Leroy, who has a metaphysical podcast called Crazy Connections, Crazed Connections, which is on Riverside. You can get the Riverside app. It was a lot of fun. I told my ghost stories, told my origin story of how I found out I was a psychic, which is long. You guys have heard most of it. Maybe I'll tell a little bit later on. But right now, I'm going to do the Psychic Tarot Weather, and I am staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. Because when you call, I will give you accurate, loving, helpful, useful, and sometimes slightly goofy answers. Oh, Stephanie. Oh, I love Illinois. I know where Royalton is. Cool. All right, my darling. I'm about to do the Psychic Tarot Weather. So what I'm going to ask you to do is concentrate on your question or questions. And I'm going to ask you to breathe deeply like this. And then take another deep breath on top of that one. And then go like this. Blow out through pursed lips. And everybody do this because it is so good for your vagus nerve. So do that 3 times. So it's not very dignified, but it's good for your vagus nerve in the U.S. as opposed to your vagus nerve, which is where when it gets stimulated, you wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city surrounded by exhausted sex workers, empty liquor bottles, and wondering where the last decade went. But enough about my private life. Okay, I'm going to do the Psychic Tarot Weather. And Stephanie, hang on. I lived in Chicago for years. Illinois is awesome. The people are so nice. Except you guys call soda pop. It's like, hand me a pop. What is that? Okay, I'll be right back, baby. All right. So, interestingly enough, the first card, there's some cards when I get them in a spread and I'm working with a client one-on-one or over Zoom, which I do. And by the way, this week I'm running a special. If you want a reading with me, I'm usually $400. I'm doing a special this week for $200, 1 week only. You can get in touch with me on my Facebook, Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. I never do this. So now is the time, 75 minutes of the best reading you'll ever have. Okay, where was I? Okay, there are some cards that when I get them in a spread, there's kind of no way to sugarcoat it. It's like Well, like this one, this card, which is a guy struggling under, what, just had 9, 10 wands, 10 big sticks. But the good news is he hasn't fallen over. The other good news is that 10 always means it's the end of a cycle. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you've been taking care of everybody but you, if you're feeling overwhelmed, two things. It's going to get better within the next couple of days. And when you are overwhelmed, here's what I tell myself. Perry, if you're going to eat an elephant, eat it one bite at a time. I'm not recommending you eat elephants, just to be clear. I don't want PETA after me. Second card is really interesting. Over the weekend, I don't know if there's somebody you have a crush on, or it's none of my business. Well, actually, totally my business. Feel free to call and ask. But second card is a really interesting card. Doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic connection, although it probably is. So if you're married or in a relationship, good for you. This means that you will be having some sort of, I love this word, rapprochement. That's French for sort of a meeting of the mind and heart with your sweetheart. If not, it means that you can make a meaningful connection with somebody you don't know yet. Wink, wink. That's very hard to do in false eyelashes. Don't try this at home. Or you and your crush might connect. It could also mean that a friend of the opposite sex and you are going to really support each other. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll become romantic. It's like the 20% meaning. The other 80% is, let's get it on, ooh, baby. Okay, so that's middle of the week, like the weekend. That's a good card for the weekend. And the last card does not mean what it looks like it means. You will not be hung up by one heel upside down while crossing your arms, unless that's your idea of a good time, in which case, no judgment. But what this does mean is you might have some sort of spiritual awakening, or somebody around you who has been resistant to changing a problem that's affecting both of your lives might be suddenly less resistant to talking about it. If you're in a relationship with somebody who has maybe an addiction, food addiction, smoking, something like that. We all know what the addictions are. There's a ton of them. I personally am addicted to Breyer's low-carb peanut butter ice cream, but I'm getting help. Don't despair. So this means that either you will be going through some sort of spiritual revelation. I mean, that doesn't have to be huge. It's not like Clarence the angel is going to come down and keep you from jumping off the bridge. I just watched It's a Wonderful Life. God, that's a great movie. But where was I? It does mean that you're going to have some sort of like little spiritual awakening. You're going to maybe feel a little more compassionate to somebody than you did before. Maybe you're going to forgive yourself for having had bad things happen to you. Wasn't your fault. Okay? All right. Woo! Okay. Stephanie, we're on. Talk to me, baby. I love you. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can. It's a little low, but I can hear you.
Hello. Yay. Is it snowing there yet?
Right now it's raining. It's a lot of raining right now.
I'm sorry. Okay, my love. I will speak up because I had 3 packs of brand new headphones not work in the last, so not using headphones.
Oh, no.
So I will project, and I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday?
My birthday is October 31st of 81.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. I love this. My favorite week of Scorpio. I'm a Pisces, and I have a PhD in Scorpios. But the first week of Scorpio, the one you're in, you guys are just the best people on the planet. I mean, aside from the Leos and Aquarius and Libra, I love all signs. I have a special weakness for this week of.
It seems like it's like that. Oh, I mean, every month. First couple of weeks is okay. Last couple of weeks is kind of
right.
A little bit on edge.
Well, I have to tell you, I was kind of born a couple of weeks into March, so now I'm feeling a little like, but
what can
I help you with?
Well, I'm hoping to find employment soon. And as you said about the love life, I've been going through difficulties with that too, because my husband was separated for 4 years, but I have a live-in boyfriend, but he's had some mental issues, and it's a little disturbing, and it's just he's unbalanced, very unbalanced. He is, but luckily I have somebody by my side that is understanding, and he doesn't get frustrated with if I have to talk to him on the phone or calm him down or something. He just things are different. It's a little bit hard, and I just I'm really focused on finding work right now for myself so I can keep my mind busy. And that I'll just move my oldest back home today, or it's like yesterday evening. We finally got everything done. So my house is full again with my girls, and that feels great. That feels so great. And so close to Thanksgiving, so that part feels wonderful.
Do you have 2 girls or 3 girls?
I have 2.
Oh, okay. For some reason I got 3, but that's okay. What I will say, I'm a little worried about your boyfriend.
My boyfriend has a daughter.
Oh, okay.
So I would have.
Thank you.
3
how long have you guys been together? 2 years? 3 years?
4.
4. Okay. I'm just a tiny bit worried because I was with somebody like that, but they were just, when they were good, they were so good. There was nobody better. He was brilliant, charming, and looked a little like Cary Grant, who's an old movie star nobody's heard of but me anymore. But he was gorgeous. He had English accent, and so like 75% of the time he was wonderful, and then 25% of the time he was really not. And I finally went into therapy, which is a good thing for psychics to do because we have to stay extra sane. Actually, it's a good thing for anybody, but extra sane now with extra sane sauce on the side. My therapist said, "Would you eat a hamburger that had 50% poop in it?" I'm like, "What, are you crazy?" No. I said, "Well, would you eat a hamburger that had 25% poop in it?" I'm like, "Why are you even?" And she said, "Would you eat a hamburger that's got like 5% poop?" And it's like, "No, I want a poop-free hamburger. Thank you very much. And by the way, we're not going to lunch." And what she was trying to tell me is that even though things were wonderful when he was wonderful, the how not wonderful he was, which was scaring me, was sufficiently not wonderful that I eventually had to find my way out of that relationship. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I am getting...
But that's not the boyfriend. That's actually, that's what you explained there is my we're still married, so I'm saying my husband. Legally, we're still married, and we were together for 18 years.
If you're legally still married, that is what I'm picking up. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that's what you're picking up. Yeah.
Oh, he's a little bonkers. Yeah, I'm glad you're out of there. Thank you. I don't know how to say this tactfully, and excuse the technical psychiatric language, but he's cuckoo for coconuts, pal. Anyway.
Yeah. So don't sugarcoat it. Just I'm good with you. I'm like free speech. Come, just bring it to me. Just bring it all to me.
Yeah,
like a blunt
I used to be like that. When I hit a certain age, which I'm not going to tell you what it was, I suddenly got like, peace and quiet sounds like fun. But
yes.
But I think you're fine for now. And I love your kids. You did a great job with your girls. They're really good people. So let me tell you what I'm getting in terms of your job. Okay, hold on. I'm actually going to draw a card. I don't do that very often, but during the show.
Thank you.
That's really interesting. Huh. Oh, that's really good. Okay, I got the Queen of Cups, kind of a crazy deck. My cousin Dusty sent me this deck from Germany. Very cool. But it's very German looking. It's for like, dark. So the Queen of Cups is a Scorpio woman. It can also be a Pisces or a Cancer woman, but it's you. When you get this card, it means that you're entering in a time of real self-expression and kind of, for lack of a better word, I don't want to sound like a fortune teller, but kind of good luck, if that makes sense. So, and I have a feeling you are so good with people. You have a lot of skills. I'm not sure you finished your college degree, but that's okay. Me neither, frankly. But you're very, very good with people. Oh, let me just tell my next caller. Hey, Narelle. My best friend in Australia is also called Narelle. I'll be with you in a few minutes. I'm on with Stephanie, but don't go anywhere and do that deep vagus nerve breath while you're waiting. Okay. Stephanie. Okay. And you spell it the right way, too. You, Stephanie. Okay. Here's what I'm getting. It's you don't live in a huge town, but you do live in a town that has a couple of fancy hotels. Am I right?
Actually, I reside in, we call it a village. We have a dollar store and a Casey's, and I'm in the middle of 3 different larger towns.
But I'm going to say that you're within 20 miles. You're within driving distance of.
Correct.
I'm going to say that 25 miles to the, I'm going to say north, is a town that's got what I'm getting at. When I say hotels, I'm not suggesting you should go be a call girl. No. I'm a collect call girl. I pay them. No, I'm kidding. What I am suggesting is you'd be really good working in hotels as a concierge, or if you started in reception. You're so good with people, and you're kind of psychic, because about knowing what people need or want, because you're so thoughtful. You're so thoughtful. Also, you're a mom, so of course you have that, but you have it more than most people. So doing something like that and being in an elegant and kind of glamorous environment would, I think, be wonderful for you. Because I just think you've got such an elegance to you. You really do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Home health care. I was thinking about a health care home. Help at home, healthcare, maybe.
A healthcare home? I think that's, as somebody, I took care of my elderly crippled mother for the last 5 years of her life. I can tell you that if you are good at home healthcare, you are worth your weight in gold. I had such trouble finding good help. So somebody with your personality and your patience, I think you'd be great at that. I was just suggesting the hotel because it's kind of the same amount of money and a little less lifting people around, but you're very empathetic. So you could either find the best agency in a 50-mile range or start your own agency. Not that hard. And you've got some good business skills. You're good at business. Now, let's get back to your love life. I think you're getting married. Hold on a sec. Let me just pull a card to see if I'm right about that. When you take, you gotta give some love. Yep. You're getting married. And, if he's been with you for 4 years, put a ring on it already, dude. I'm not saying
I'm not even doing it yet.
What? You're not doing it? You don't want to get married? You don't have to.
No, I'm not divorced yet from my husband. Still, but I'm still not divorced from him. From him yet.
That guy. One well-placed meteorite where your husband is standing would do the world. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. On the other hand, it would be kind of entertaining and dramatic and painless. He wouldn't know what was happening. But what I'm seeing is the relationship you're in. It's this card, as you can see, it's different generations. Try not to look at my hands because I've been gardening. So, but it's like an older guy, a younger woman, an old person, couple dogs. The dogs symbolize loyalty, by the way, in tarot. Or they could just symbolize dogs if you have dogs. But I like to think loyalty.
I do.
I think this person I think you're going to stay together. And he can also get some, if he's having stress issues right now, there's a lot more affordable and sometimes free mental health care. Call your representative. That's what our Congress people and Senate and local representatives are there for. They're there to help us find answers. So I am just getting the feeling that you're coming into one of the, and I'm not just saying this. Honest to gosh, I don't just say stuff, obviously. But I will say, I think you're coming into one of the best years of your life. And I mean that. How is that, my love? Did that answer anything for you? I think your relationship is going to work out. I think you're going to stay together. I think you've got a good blended family. The kids get along, which is key. His kid's nice.
Yeah,
your kid.
So
Yeah.
good. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I get me chills. I mean, I have the chills, and I mean, what you said about I have some abilities. I don't know exactly how to.
Yeah, you do.
Work
You know what? Next week, I'm going to announce a class that I'm running. It's like $10 on how to develop your psychic skills. Tune in next week or check my Facebook account. My Facebook is Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like periwinkle, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. Just find me there and you'll see announcements and stuff. So I'm so glad I met you. You're lovely. And happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
So, all right, my love.
You too.
I'm going to take Narelle, but stay in touch and let me know how you're doing, okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Hi, Narelle. How are you? Are you still there, Narelle?
Hello.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
baby.
How
Good
are
day.
you?
I'm great. I wish I was in Australia. But as my listeners know, I lived in Sydney and Darling, it hurts to see you in Darlinghurst.
Oh yeah.
In Sydney for a while, and I love Australians. I love the culture. I love everything there. So how can I help you? And when is your birthday?
My birthday's the 4th of March.
Oh, really? You're Pisces too?
I'm a Pisces.
Rock on, sister. Pisces women. I have to say, I love Pisces men. They're incredibly charming. Honestly, they're a little weak. They're adorable. But Pisces women, man, we can take on the world and look cute doing it.
We could.
Just saying. So, how can I help you, my darling Narelle? It's so funny you have the same name as my poor friend I lived with in Sydney for a while.
I'm trying to get some closure in my life.
Trying to get some closure.
Does it make sense? Yeah.
Okay.
I've had quite a few deaths this year, so I just want to see if there's anything coming through from the other side, any messages.
Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, let me see who's coming through. I will tell you, sometimes it's good to get a little specific, because if I just crack the door open and go, the first person who comes through is usually like a great aunt on your cousin's side. It's like, there are a lot of people waiting behind that door. Can you get a little more specific so I can be a little more effective? Nothing against your great aunt and your cousin's side.
No. My father.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, he's delightful. Oh, and he showed up quick. Is he kind of Irish or English looking? Kind of high color? A little on the bigger side? I don't mean fat. I just mean like broad shouldered or like barrel chested. Yeah?
He used to be.
Yes? Yeah. Well, I mean, they tend to present at around 35 because even after we're dead, we're still vain. And that's when we look the best. It's like around 30, 35. I just love him. He was very hardworking. And do you have 2 brothers?
One. I have 2 sons.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So he had two sons, or you
I've got two
speak
sons,
up a tiny bit?
but he only had one.
He only had one. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting two brothers. I don't know why. Interestingly, he loves you a lot, but you're actually doing pretty well. Your brother is pulling focus for me a bit. I don't think he's doing as well as you are. Your father would like you to get in touch with him. I don't know if you guys are speaking or not.
No.
Yeah, I know. You might have to be the bigger person. I think he's in a lot of pain. He'd have to be that nasty to you. He was, I'm not going to use the word that starts out BAS and ends in TARD, but that's kind of what he was to you. So I think I just spelled out the whole word. Sorry. Yeah. That's kind of because he's married to a witch, and I apologize for my spelling. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be negative. We've got 2 minutes. So what your father would sometime in the next year, if you feel like being the bigger person and reaching out to your brother. I'm wondering if your mother had a miscarriage or something. I'm definitely, but he also just loves you. He didn't pass that long ago. It feels like 8 months.
Yeah, February.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's very present. He's also very mischievous. I think in life he was very playful. Is that correct? He had a great sense of humor. He's very funny. I really like him.
I didn't see him for probably 7 years before he died.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I only just found out that he died. Yeah.
Did I wait? Say that again.
We didn't talk for 7 years, and I've only just recently found out that he died back in February.
Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. He wasn't saying that. What I do know is he loves you. We've got about 30 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. I'm a New Yorker, so this is really easy for me. Here's what I want you to know. What I'm getting from him is that he's very apologetic. Honestly, I'm not going to say what he had a problem of some kind. I'm not going to privacy things. So I'm not going to go into detail, but you know what I'm talking about. And he could be very difficult. He's very sorry for that. He's very sorry. But his basic self, who he really is, just loves the hell out of you. He really does. And you're going to start seeing things move around in your house. They might not move when you're looking at them, but you're going to put something down, you'll turn around, and it'll be gone. That's him trying to get your attention, and he's sorry. But boy, does he love you. And you were also named after, I think, his mother. So I've got to Zoom. I'm sorry we didn't have more time, but he's there, and he loves you. Try me back next week. We'll go into it more, okay? Thank you, my cherished ducklings. I love you guys, and that color looks great on you. See you next week. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live, not just from the city of New York, but 3 stories below the city of New York, where, since it's getting near Halloween, we have dusted off the old hidden entrance to the long-neglected Purple Grotto 3 stories below Times Square. And we are doing the show from the stalagmite, stalactite, I always get those confused, territory. All I know is that the stalactites and the stalagmites hate each other. They hate each other. But that's life. But Harrison the Owl is still down here. It's all the old favorites are still here. And we are awaiting in the deep darkness of the chilled Purple Grotto the coming of Halloween, which is next week, right? Wow, look at that. Time do fly. It's up to you to be the navigator. Good night, folks. No, wait a minute. So I have to, I get into bad habits, like, because I used to work nights all the time. I worked nights. I worked in nightclubs. When I was 14, I started as a dishwasher in a restaurant, so I was always working nights. And I remember one day I was walking along, minding my own business in the city of New York here, above ground, and a person stopped and asked me if I had the correct time, and I let that go. I realized he wanted to know what time it was. And I didn't take umbrage at the fact that he was afraid I would give him the incorrect time, unless he specifically said he wanted the correct time. And I looked at my watch, and it was noon, and I said, it's midnight. And I realized I've been spending too much time working nights. So I just escaped down here into the darkness of the Purple Grotto, where we wait for the Halloween festivities to come, the real, not the parades up top there, not the little costumes, but the real Halloween with the spirits zooming in and out among the, dare I say it again, stalagmites and stalactites. There is a way to remember them. The stalagmites have a G in the word, and that means they come up from the ground, and stalactites has a C, which means they hang from the ceiling. You see? It's called a mnemonic device, and I learned that in the Boy Scouts 482 years ago, so it's pretty good. So here we are. We're going to be down here looking through the magical window of the tarot, and I am drawing up my plans for the holiday gift season. I already got a bunch of elves to deliver. You see, in case the kids are listening, that's what I'm talking about, the elves, right? A bunch of elves delivered a new batch of the Mojo Brothers shaving soap, and that, of course, leads to something very sad that I posted on the Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting Facebook page. The Williams Shaving Mug Soap went out of business. I mean, the company, the conglomerate that owns them is still around, but they stopped. They no longer make those little round soaps to stick in the bottom of your shaving mug, which is, it's you know, I feel personally responsible because they went out of business in February of this year. And in November, December of last year, we introduced Mojo Brothers Shaving Soap. And I like to refer to it as survival of the foamiest. But you can still get our shaving soap, and that is a wonderful stocking stuffer, and I've got loads of those available. And yes, I do use it. I did like Williams also, but it's gone now. They were the first one. They were the first shaving soap for a mug. They were the first one made specifically for it. Prior to that, men just used to use soap, but this was a beauty. They'd been around since the 1890s, and owing to economic conditions, which you can hear about any place else in media, we're not going to go into that kind of sad news here, but Williams Shaving Soap is no more, which is sad. I saw this coming about 12 years ago when they stopped making their menthol brand. You see, that's no flies on me. I noticed that coming. So now I guess the only really good, affordable, luxurious shaving soap is Mojo Brothers Shaving Soap, which you can find at mojoacademy.org. Take a look there. You can download a free brochure about the biggest mistake men make when they shave. And all this is by way of letting you know that there are still copies of the modern way to an old-fashioned shave. You'll see that there at mojoacademy.org also. I says, I like to do things the old-fashioned way, and one of the things I like to do is shave with a straight razor, but if you get a real straight razor, kind of, the heirloom, a straight razor will last 200-300 years. if you take care of it. And of course, that's the key. They take a lot of, they're very high maintenance. I mean, you think that woman down the block is high maintenance. This, try a straight razor. You have to oil them and grease them and then run them over a stone to sharpen them, then run them over a strop to level them out. And I don't like to spend more time taking care of my tools than using them. You see, it's one of the reasons I don't drive. The cars take too much time, too much high maintenance. And but the shaving thing, there's a way around it. There's a way that you can get an old-fashioned straight razor shave with none of the hassle, not any of it at all. And I use it as a form of meditation because you pay attention to what you're doing. Let's face it. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. If you take raw steel to your face, and you ain't paying attention, well, you're going to have not much of a face left. But it's not hard to do this. It's very simple. And there's ways to do it so that you're not going to cut yourself. And really, seriously, men have been doing this for hundreds of years. And it's the closest shave I've ever had. And I just enjoy it because, to me, it's like meditation. I hated shaving. It was a chore, but now it's meditation. You relax. I do anyway, and I do it. So I'd urge you to check out at mojoacademy.org, not just the shaving soap, but the book called A Modern Way to an Old-Fashioned Shave, which I wrote so I could share my experiences and knowledge with you. And ladies, that's a really good gift for men. You want to talk to my wife sometime about that. She just loves the way the smoothness of my face since I gave up using standard shaving stuff and switched to this. And I assure you, there is zero maintenance involved. There's zero maintenance. You don't have to worry about an heirloom $400 razor. Why bother? This is just beautiful stuff and a good stocking stuffer. So if there's something you want special for your guy or the guy in your life or some guy or to tip the mailman, I'm sure they'd love that. It's I'm not sure I want armed mailmen with straight razors. But what you might want to do is consider the Mojo Brothers shaving soap. And if you don't have a shaving brush, because you need a shaving brush to use shaving soap, take a look at mojoacademy.org and the shaving brush page, shaving soap page for an offer to get a free shaving brush. You see? Absolutely free shaving brush. And then also, this is all because I mentioned that there's a brochure that you can download. In fact, I like shaving so much that I do it before I go on the radio. So that's a fetish when you get there, but it's relaxing. It's so soothing and it's quiet and it's your time and there's no point in rushing through it. So check it out. That's just my little hint for stocking stuffers for the day. Obviously, a book makes it'll tear your stocking. You don't want that. But the metal containers, that each metal container has one tablet. I know it's fashionable among shavers to refer to these things, shaving soaps, as a puck, but they are much smaller than a hockey puck. And technically, they've always been called a tablet. Get that, that'd be a great stocking stuffer. It's a good gift for a guy because it's a nice old-fashioned traditional thing. And as somebody who reads tarot cards, hey, I'm into old-fashioned traditional stuff. So let's see what we have. No special announcements particularly to make. I took my little red things that I always take to get ready before a show. No, they're not uppers or downers. They're strawberry pez. That's what I do. It kind of lubricates my mouth a little bit. I have no other announcements other than to say that if you have any Halloween stories or ghost stories, or if you want to be in touch with someone who has passed, this is the best time of year to do it because the veil between this world and the world to come is really thin this time of year. That's why we have these holidays now at this time of year. So I'm going to, as you hear, I'm shuffling up the cards. There you go. And I am now going to get into the readings. Why don't we just go right to it now that I've told you about Mojo Brothers shaving soap and down here in the Purple Grotto. It's a wonderful environment. I mean, there's a few bats that fly by from time to time, but that's just life in the grotto. We're going to ring a bell 3 times now to determine that we have entered sacred space. And now we pull back the curtain on the magical window for Mindy in Pasco, Washington. Hi, Mindy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Well, my cat, she's not doing so well, and I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if you can pick up anything on her. She had a mini seizure this morning, and
let's see what happened. Well, I don't know if there's anything I can see in the cards about it, but what I can do is I can I can show you how to send some positive energy. Let's see if there's something we can do. Would you like to do that? Let's see about healing energy. Sure. How's that? Let's see. What do we have here? Let me see if there's something specific. I'm looking at an ancient book of forgotten lore, as Edgar Allan Poe used to call it. Before a battle. I have to remember that one. Breaking a hex. I don't think I didn't see anything about any hex being there. How about this? Because there's a magical book that everybody's got. They just don't know they've got it. It's called the Book of Psalms in the Holy Bible. And here is one that you might be able to use. Let's see. What am I? I'm looking at this. That's silly. I'm looking at the wrong page. I'm looking for Psalm 89. So what does your genius here do? He goes to page 89. This is this is a long one, but I think that it's worth it because this is somebody. I know what you mean. This is a living creature who's very close to you. So recite Psalm 89. It says calls the attention of the great physician who can heal all maladies and ease all suffering. So you could just take like a white candle, burn it, and recite Psalm 89, keeping healing and health in mind, and that'll send positive healing energy. Okay?
Okay.
So, then let me just see here. See, I'm getting cards. I'm getting cards of protection. So maybe you can do something and just spread that protection around. How's that?
Okay.
Is there anything else you want some help with?
Just maybe if you have any information, any guidance.
I'm not quite hearing that. You're pretty muffled. I'm not making out what you're saying.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better because it was muffled before.
Okay. So I was wondering if you could, if you have any information on a battle that I'm battling right now with an ex-landlord.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm getting cards of a conflict and struggle. One thing is that it's the Seven of Swords, and that's a fascinating card. That means you're not being treated fairly. You're not being treated nicely. You're not being treated properly. So, but I guess you suspected that, right?
Yeah.
I have the Knight of Swords. That's about the appearance of conflict. The Eight of Swords, that you're not quite sure exactly which way to go, what's going to happen with this. Six of Swords. Well, this is a heavy-duty thing. I'm getting all these sword cards here. The Six of Swords is telling me that you're going to be able to deal with this and get to where you want to go. The Strength card here is good. They're not going to wear you down. That's usually the kind of thing that happens. Everything else is this is remarkable. Let me count these cards here for 1 second here, and you'll see what I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. 8 of them are swords, and that's about conflict and fighting, and it's from this context. There's another one. That's also the Queen of Swords. It's looking good that you're going to win this, because I've got the 10 of Swords, which means that the worst part is over and things will get better. So hang in there with this, because that's the strength card. It's saying don't let them wear you down, because if you hang in there, you'll do okay. All right?
Okay. Do you know why they're doing that to me, or do you know why they've done that to me, or what?
All I see is that they're mistreating you. They're not being fair with you. They're not being honest with you. They're lying about you. Does that fit in with what's happening? Yeah, because I've got those cards. You know, I got the 7 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. Those are cards about people not doing nice to you. And all the other sword cards are there too. But the main one is the 10 of Swords, which means that you'll survive this and you'll be okay. All right?
Okay.
Keep that in mind. Right. And remember the strength card is here also, because that's saying that you have the strength to deal with this. And look, I've had battles with building owners myself that have lasted for several years. So I know that they have whole departments about wearing people down. You know what I mean? Some of them, not all of them, but some do.
That's what they count on.
But they're with you. I think they're picking the wrong person because of. I have the 8 of Rods here, which tells me there's going to be some movement in this very soon.
Okay, so the direction I'm going is good.
You're headed towards changing things, because you got the 6 of Swords here, which says that you have a degree of control here, so you'll get to where you want to go. So that's good. Okay, so hang in there and see what you can do, and also get legal advice. Please get legal advice, okay?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's really important. I mean, they've got it, you should have it too. That's the main thing. But it looks to me like you're doing well. It's like, here, I have the Temperance card. That means in your life, the balance will be restored. It's difficult, but the outcomes are all very good for you here. So keep that in mind, and that may be able to help get you through some of the rough spots, because they balance and fear, and you're going to survive that. That's what my cards show.
Okay. Is my cat going to survive too, do you think?
That, I'm not seeing one way or the other, but the card I just got now is the Sun card, which is about healing and health and growth. So there's a good possibility. But do what I said about the 89th Psalm and keep in mind healing when you read that, okay? You do it once a day for the cat.
I will do that.
I will light I will light a candle and send positive energy your way tonight. How's that?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hang in there. These are rough. I know these are rough times for you, but the strength card shows me that you can handle it. You can deal with it. Doesn't mean it's going to be fun, but you'll get through it. And the 10 of Swords means the worst is over, so you'll come out all right.
Okay. Perfect.
Bye-bye.
And when you...
Okay. Thank you. I've got to run. And let's see. Let's just shuffle up the cards. So you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. 3 floors below the streets of New York in the long neglected, virtually forgotten Purple Grotto. The old days. Alexandria in Atwater, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. Thank you.
Oh, glad to be here.
My question to you this evening is, I've been trying to seek out a nice assisted living or skilled nursing facility for my 90-year-old dad. And because of the place he was living, it was sold to a corporation and they're closing down. And I have been looking every day, and I've been looking and looking, and I'm getting very stressed out over it. And I just want a little bit of confirmation that I'm going to find him a place soon, and it's going to work out. That things are going to be okay, because sometimes I just get really stressed out.
Well, yes, and the cards I have indicate that the stress is there. First, I want to tell you the first card I have is the Wheel of Fortune, and that means the situation you're in now is going to change, and it's going to change for the better, so that's good. The next two cards are the Five of Rods, which shows a bunch of people in a little bit of a mob whacking away at each other with sticks. That is about a stressful situation and people fighting. And the Ten of Rods is there, which is an oppressive situation where a person is taken on a great responsibility, and it's a heavy burden. So the cards are validating that, it's not like you're being weak about this. You're facing something heavy, and it's weighing on you. And so that's, the one thing that people worry about is maybe this is just not that bad and it's me. But no, this is very difficult for you, I can see. So that'll be okay. The Two of Cups is here. That's telling me that you're going to meet somebody who can help you out with this. And the Nine of Cups is a very good, happy resolution that things will be okay. It's still, I have the Three of Swords here, which is a heart pierced by swords, which means it's a very sad situation, but you're going to get it done, and it'll work out. Here's the Two of Rods. That means you're a person waiting for the results that they're seeking, but they do come. So I do think you're going to be fine with this. Here, the Sun card again, I just had that a moment ago for somebody else. Healing and health and growth and happiness. So the cards are showing that you're feeling overburdened right now because you're in the middle of something that's really, truly difficult. It's painful and it's difficult, but you will prevail. That Nine of Cups is a happy card. This is a card of a person who is satisfied and has their needs met and enjoys things and enjoys life. So I think you're gonna find a very good place for your father.
Wonderful. That's good confirmation. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this new person coming in, would this person happen to be like a highly professional person? Maybe 2 years?
And it's an interesting cards here. They both have a man on it. And down here on the earth. And the other is the Hierophant, which is a card of religious authority. So it could be somebody from a religious charitable organization. Very good chance of that. But these are two very powerful figures. So yes, and listen, the next card I have is the Ten of Cups, which is great happiness. So I'm seeing things working out well. But as you know, it's very difficult. So, anything else you want to look at? Alexandra, are you there? Oh, sorry, I thought I lost you.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
No, I'm here. You cut out a little bit when I asked you about the person. Could this person possibly be like in the field of medicine?
Well, it is possible. I'm not. Let me see what else I can get here. Ooh, I have the Justice card also. That could mean a lawyer too. So that could be good. That could be somebody who knows the legal ins and outs here. But the Magician card, and the Hierophant card show a magical spirit. Those are both cards of spiritual power. So if it's a medical person, it's not just your run-of-the-mill pill pusher, but it will be a healer, a true healer, a true doctor. And those getting few and far between, but you'll find somebody good. Keep an eye out for legal stuff.
Like a surgeon?
That wouldn't be out of the question, but I'm not seeing one thing, yes or no on that.
I see. Well, thank you, Reverend Elliott, for the confirmation. I really appreciate it.
Well, take care of yourself, because that Ten of Rods, it shows that you're feeling very burdened. So take some time out for yourself. You can't help other people if you don't help yourself first. You know that. So help yourself a bit more. Do something luxurious and nice for yourself and relax. Okay? Because I went through a couple of years of helping my wife in a severe medical emergency, and I understand. I had a chance to put my own theories into practice, and yeah, I did have to take time out for myself, and there's good reason for that. It's not being selfish. It is not. It's like fueling your car. You know what I mean? It's, although not as expensive. You know. So, yeah. No, look. Now I've got a card here that is of interest to me. It's the 10 of coins, and the reason is it shows a happy family centered around an old man who is content. And it's about the family and lineage and ancestors and then descendants and all. But what's interesting to me is the image on the card. It shows a happy family that is centered around a very old person. So there you go. There's even a nice dog in that picture. And the old guy's got his hand on the dog, and the dog has a paw on the guy's leg. You know, so that is good. The vibes of that are really, really good. I feel good now looking at that card. So things are going to go your way. And you're doing a great job, and you'll be rewarded for this. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good rest of the evening.
I sure will. I mean, I've picked up so much great positive energy from you. So, yeah, this is a two-way street. Thanks a lot for calling.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
All righty. Good night.
Good night. And let's shuffle up the cards. And, you know, this is it's a very difficult thing when we are suddenly thrust in the position of having to take care of someone close to us. And it is something that, in my experience, not just in what I had to go through in my life and with my situation here, but in the lives of other people I've worked with and known, is that we find reserves of strength that we didn't know we had. And we find a lot about ourselves. We find out a lot about ourselves. And we rise to the occasion, I find, as human animals, more often than not. And we are not, culturally, we're not the kind of people who, you know, put people out on the cold mountainside to die, you know. We help, and we look for what's best. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm going to skirt the politics on this, but as you know, above me here is New York City. And I live in New York, and I see a lot in the news about how terrible and horrible New York City is these days. And I just don't experience that. I just don't. Those of you who know New York City know, and this is a remarkable thing I'm about to say, since the lockdowns ended and since people got back out on the streets, when I wait on the corner for a light to change so that I can cross the street, more often than not, I get into conversations with complete strangers. And we just talk, and then the light changes, then we go on our way. And it's just a nice encounter. I spoke about this briefly a week or so ago about the conversations I've had with homeless people on the street who have been viewed as a horrible and alarming threat here. Well, it's a sad situation, and it's heartbreaking. But people are people, and I have known people who became homeless, and you know, they know what that can do to you. The point I'm making is that there is a natural reserve of humanity and shared experience. Folks, we are all in this together. We are all on a ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and traveling through space. We are all connected. There's one grand consciousness. And when I hear stories about how terrible New York especially is, I'm reminded that when I went for a walk the other day, a week or two ago, with my wife, who's learning how to walk again after a horrifically damaging experience, she fell down while we were walking. Of course, she was holding my arm, so she was able to let herself down gently. But 3 people came right over to help and get her up on her feet. 3 total strangers, you know, I mean, complete strangers. We have sidewalk cafes here. One guy just got up and left his table where he was eating with a friend and came over and helped. You know, complete strangers. Now, this is the city that we are told is everybody is vicious and evil and it's horrible. You know, let me tell you something about that New York stuff. You know the song Sinatra, right? If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, they say, meaning New York, right? Well, it's the opposite. If you can't make it in New York, you ain't making it anywhere. This is such an inviting town filled with opportunities. It's challenging, especially since the rents have gotten so wacky and out of control. But it's not a cold-hearted, horrible city. People help each other. People do good things for each other. Yeah, there are people who go out of their way to use the process to hurt people. I remember covering people like that when I published a newspaper here in New York. And we had more support to expose those people than opposing it. You see, life is good. We all do it together. There's a hard veneer some people like to put on in various cities, but people know inside how to behave and how to be nice to people. And there's a lot more of that going around. It just doesn't make the front page of the papers. I mean, there's nothing in the newspapers that say, woman falls taking a walk, 3 strangers help her get up. You know, I couldn't even help her. They were there so fast, these people. See, that's New York. That's New York City. The city that never sleeps, which, as an old buddy named Ed Hochstein used to say, that's why it looks so crappy in the morning. But no, this is a sucker's town because we're all saps. Meaning we're good-natured, good, solid people. We're not the tough guys that people pretend they are. Look at this movie, Sweet Smell of Success. I mean, that's an engrossing movie, but that's not the New York I know, and I was in the theater. Speaking of theater, now let me tell you, if you can't make it here, I knew a guy who came to New York years ago just to be in the theater, just to be on Broadway and be an actor and be in the theater, and he loved it, but he got nowhere. He failed. You know why? This is puzzling to me. He hated gay people. Now, come on, guys. How can you want to be in a business like the theater and hate gay people? First of all, if you have hate in your heart, you're not going to succeed in something where you have to communicate. And theater is a form of communication. And when you have hate for even a segment of your audience, people are going to know it. But could you imagine that? Why would you want to go into the theater if you have so much hatred for a group of people who are almost prevalent in the theater? You know, good Lord. Why do people do that to themselves? But they get filtered out. It's a wonderful town, as the old song goes. New York, New York. It's a wonderful town. And I'm a native, and I love it, and I wouldn't want to live anyplace else just yet. Who knows? I might branch out. The sad thing is, every time I've left New York and gone on a trip somewhere, all I've ever seen were other New Yorkers. So what can you do? Terry in Bandon. Look, I almost said Brandon. You see what the news has done to me. Terry in Bandon, Oregon is next. Hi, how are you tonight?
Can you hear me? I'm above ground, sir.
So, I'm not quite making out what you're saying.
I'm above ground. Now, let me get the phone.
Oh, good. that is good. Yeah, you know, it's like the guy who gets up in the morning and checks the newspaper obituaries and says, "Okay, I didn't die. So I might as well go on with the day." I knew somebody who used to say, "I'm too old to die tragically young, so I'll continue." So what can I look at for you today?
Well, that was my friend that set me up with this. My name's Jennifer. Hi.
Hi. Oh, so you're Jennifer, not Terry.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
No, Terry's sitting right next to me, though. She's a regular for you, so I've never been on your show.
Well, hey, it's just a conversation. What can I look at for you?
So, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Talking about New York, how you can't make it there, you can't make it there. So I'm vegan. My mom was vegan before I was even born. There's no demographics that I would fit into for that city. I'm still technically a virgin. I've never had children. I'm not part of any religious organization. New York, I probably wouldn't make it because there's no group that would help me. But over here in the woods where I live, in the middle of nowhere, I can make it. I can eat off the land, and I mean.
Well, you'd be
my mom just recently
surprised. The thing about New York is that it's a totally artificial environment. So yeah, I mean, I've done my share of camping and hiking and the Appalachian Trail and stuff like that. So I understand where you're coming from. But on the other hand, we have like Central Park here, which I'm not comparing to the woods. That's totally landscaped and it's artificial also. But there used to be a guy who taught a course in how to eat in Central Park because scallions would grow there and various kinds of edible things would grow. So, you'd be surprised. There's a group for everything here in this town. But yeah, this...
Not for vegans.
Yeah, well,
so it's not like a place to get food.
I know plenty of vegans here in New York. Let me tell you, though, the thing is, the main difference is we are in New York City, and this goes for just about any city, it's a totally artificial environment. We are living in the product of the imaginations of many people. It's just not the same. I mean, let me put it this way. You look up at night, you're not going to see any stars because the lights cancel it out. So it's not a natural way to live. There's nothing wrong with living in a natural environment. I loved camping. I loved being in the woods. It's just I'm a city guy at heart. But yeah, there's room for everybody. And it's a big part of the city.
System, which is something I've never had. So.
Well, I certainly didn't have my family supporting me. I'll tell you that. And be, my own in a way. I mean, we're talking about somebody who got thrown out of the house at 11 years old. So I've been on my own quite a while. But I still love the place, So, anyway, you will, believe me, if you come here, you will find like-minded people. There is always a way to find people. I don't know, do people still do meetups? I guess not. I mean, I think that might have been killed in the pandemic, but there are so many different groups, so many things. I actually, here in the middle of the city at the Ansonia Hotel, where the Continental Baths used to be, which became the notorious Plato's Retreat, that's where my Boy Scout troop used to meet. I actually joined the Boy Scouts here in the city as a child, I might add. So yeah, what you don't find, you can make, and you can make it happen. Which is not to deny your experience, obviously. It's just, I'm just letting you know that there's a little bit more to New York than you might imagine. And there are parts of this city that look like the woods. It's not just all Manhattan. I happen to be in the Times Square area, but there are parts of the city that are almost rural. And we're not far away from the countryside. So what can I look at for you, though?
Okay, so my future in the next 6 years, 2028.
Right. What would you like to know?
Okay, so I'm on a path right now, and I'm just wanting to know if it's going to be viable. Am I going to live through the next 6 years? In the next 4 to 6 years is what I'm really, between 4 and 6 years from now, how is my life going to continue on after 6 years? Because if it doesn't, why am I even trying?
Oh, so you want to know if you're going to die within the next 6 years? Is that to put it bluntly?
If I'm going to be killed, yeah.
I'm certainly not seeing any indication of that. Not in the least. I'm seeing quite the opposite. I'm seeing all kinds of cards of life and hope and joy and happiness. The sun is a card here for one thing. That is a card of healing and health and growth. Shows a little baby on a white horse surrounded by flowers, and in the sunlight. There's nature there, that's pretty decent. Gee, I hate to disappoint you, but I see no calamities coming your way in the next 6 years at all. I see good things. I see you're going to make things happen for yourself. That's the Six of Swords. The Ace of Swords tells me that your thinking is evolving and changing and growing, and that's going to be the big influence over these next few years, is you're going to change the way you think. It's going to grow in certain ways. And I'm not saying you're going to repudiate the way you think now. It's just you're going to see things differently, and your thinking is going to evolve, which is nice. The Empress is here. Now, that's another good one for you, because that sounds like the kind of person you are. This is a person who makes things happen and grow. For instance, in most tarot decks, this is a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that. So it's a person who can create abundance.
So I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's happening with me, okay? So you'll know.
Sure.
And I would like you to get the shuffle. So my mom recently passed unexpectedly. She was due to a counselor, and she leaves me with no living relatives, no family. I have no living relatives, no family. I've never been married. I'm still technically a virgin. I have no children. I'm completely alone. So I look at my great-grandmother, Edith Tillman, and I learned that she's the first woman ever to be elected to the House of Representatives in Texas.
Oh, excellent.
4 women had the right to vote. So they went on to make, the man did, made her the Speaker of the House, first female, and they made her the first female Supreme Court judge. Well, that's all cool, but she started the whole women's suffrage movement. And for the first time ever in 2028, 53% of the voting population is women. That plus the fact that my mom was vegan before I was born, and I found out through my great-grandmother, Edith Farrell, that her father, Benjamin Franklin, and I have Native Americans. So I've got 74% of the voting population. So I'm thinking about running for president. I'm actually studying online right now. But I know that it's something I never wanted. I never wanted to be president, sir, but I'm willing to sacrifice the rest of my life, and even if I am assassinated, the chance to make a real difference.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't see any violence your way. I don't see any suffering or sadness. I see good things coming. I see plans being made. I see plans coming through. You know, it's up to you. I mean, the outcome I'm getting for you to look at the next 6 to 8 years is positive, and it's growth. And let me put it that way. That's the one thing I see in this next time frame that you want to look at. In all the cards I look at, I see growth. Okay, so that's good. You're working on it. And I think that we'll hear from you. How's that?
Okay, but if you take just a couple minutes and reshuffle them and redraw them, so I'm just saying you'll see something. I'm just asking you as a favor.
Well, I'm doing that now. I mean, I just shuffled them again. I have the 9 of rods. You're very prepared for what you want to do. That's a good sign there. The 9 of cups. This is another 9, which is a good figure, which tells me that's a card about getting what you want and enjoying things and doing well. Temperance shows a life in balance and harmony. The 7 of rods, somebody who can wipe away obstacles and get things done. These are showing a powerful person who is in the process of growing and changing. I can't do anything in this limited format to show you anything deeper. We can do an off-the-air reading if you want to get in touch with me, and we can spend as much time as you want. But just to answer your one question, this period that you're looking at is not a time of danger or a problem for you. It's a time of growth and achievement, and you're going to attain all kinds of interesting things. There's new things emotionally happening for you. That's the Ace of Cups. Remember, we already had the Ace of Swords. So you're headed in for a very interesting period of time. Okay?
Okay.
Stay in touch. You know, I'd like to know what happens.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up. I've never had to deliver the disappointing news to someone that they're not going to get bumped off. But, well, you know, being dead isn't everything in life, right? Holly in York, Pennsylvania, you're on next. Hi, yes. Holly. Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm all right. I've been better.
Well, let's see what we can do to gin that up a little bit and make you feel even a little better than that. What can I look at for you?
Well, I'm wondering if there's better times ahead.
Oh, yeah.
It's been really tough for me lately.
No kidding. I mean, it's been tough for everybody, but it's really been very, very bad for so many people. Let's shuffle them up and see what we get.
Okay.
Because overall, I see things coming out much better, but I'm going to look specifically at you here. Okay. Here's a good start. It's the 8 of Swords. That's a person who feels stuck and trapped and can't go anywhere and do anything. That's followed by the Page of Coins, which means that there's money coming your way. The Ace of Rods, something new in terms of work and career and life and things of that sort. The 9 of Rods, I just had that for the previous caller. That's a person who's prepared for what's coming and can handle it. Now, here's the $1 million card. The 10 of Swords. The 10 of Swords means that the worst is over. The life threw its worst at you, and you're still here.
Really?
Yep, that's what that shows. And that means you're going to get up and you're going to do fine. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. That definitely doesn't mean it'll be easy, but it means that you're going to do it. And you have, this is the third time tonight I got this card, which is the Sun, which is healing and growth and health and happiness. You see, the bad stuff is going away. But right now, it doesn't look like that because you're feeling stuck. If you look at the Eight of Swords as a card, it shows a person stuck.
Yeah.
There is a card here that and I expected to see this card. It indicates that one phase of your life is coming to an end and another phase is beginning. So you'll be able to look back on this time as the ending of where the past came to go, and now you're moving into the next phase of your life, and it's going to be very good for you. There's a mystical side to you, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, now of course I'm saying that because I had the High Priestess card here, but that's the kind of thing that I could infer that anyway because you're calling a show like this. But the High Priestess is here, which means that you're a person who's intuitive. You can see behind the veil. You've got the Magician card. It's the same thing here. The Judgment cards, because these three cards are major cards. And this tells me that you're at a turning point in your life. This is a very important time in your life, right?
Okay.
The High Priestess shows that you're intuitive and spiritual. The Magician shows that you have the power to use that spirituality here on the earthly level. And the Judgment card means that you're going to get what you deserve, what is owed you, you will get. And it's also a card of rebirth. It's a card of rebirth. Now that fits in with what I said earlier, which is that I've got a card that indicates the end of one phase of your life and the beginning of another. It's almost like a new you is coming.
Yeah.
So hang in there. Just please hang in there because there really is good stuff coming. And I assure you, if I didn't see that, I would tell you. If I saw something that wasn't so hot, I'd like to know.
Okay, so I'm on a path right now in Texas.
Oh, excellent.
4 women had the right to vote. So they went on to make, the man made her the Speaker of the House, first female, and they made her the first female Supreme Court judge. Well, that's all cool, but she started the whole women's suffrage movement. And for the first time ever in 2028, 53% of the voting population is women. That plus the fact that my mom was vegan before I was born, and I found out through my great-grandmother, Edith Farrell, that her father, Benjamin Franklin, and I have Native Americans. So I've got 74% of the voting population. So I'm thinking about running for president. I'm actually studying online right now. But I know that it's something I never wanted. I never wanted to be president, sir, but I'm willing to sacrifice the rest of my life. And even if I am assassinated, the chance to make a real difference.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't see any violence your way. I don't see any suffering or sadness. I see good things coming. I see plans being made. I see plans coming through. It's up to you. I mean, the outcome I'm getting for you to look at the next 6 to 8 years is positive, and it's growth. And let me put it that way. That's the one thing I see in this next time frame that you want to look at. In all the cards I look at, I see growth. Okay, so that's good. You're working on it. And I think that we'll hear from you. How's that?
Okay, but if you take just a couple minutes and reshuffle them and redraw them, so I'm just saying you'll see something. I'm just asking you as a favor.
Well, I'm doing that now. I mean, I just shuffled them again. I have the 9 of Rods. You're very prepared for what you want to do. That's a good sign there. The 9 of Cups. This is another 9, which is a good figure, which tells me that's a card about getting what you want and enjoying things and doing well. The Temperance shows a life in balance and harmony. The 7 of Rods, somebody who can wipe away obstacles and get things done. These are showing a powerful person who is in the process of growing and changing. I can't do anything in this limited format to show you anything deeper. We can do an off-the-air reading if you want to get in touch with me, and we can spend as much time as you want. But just to answer your one question, this period that you're looking at is not a time of danger or a problem for you. It's a time of growth and achievement, and you're going to attain all kinds of interesting things. There's new things emotionally happening for you. That's the Ace of Cups. Remember, we already had the Ace of Swords. So you're headed in for a very interesting period of time. Okay?
Okay.
Stay in touch. I'd like to know what happens.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up. I've never had to deliver the disappointing news to someone that they're not going to get bumped off. But, well, being dead isn't everything in life, right? Holly in York, Pennsylvania, you're on next. Hi, yes. Holly. Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm all right. I've been better.
Well, let's see what we can do to gin that up a little bit and make you feel even a little better than that. What can I look at for you?
Well, I'm wondering if there's better times ahead.
Oh, yeah.
It's been really tough for me lately.
No kidding. I mean, it's been tough for everybody, but it's really been very, very bad for so many people. Let's shuffle them up and see what we get.
Okay.
Because overall, I see things coming out much better, but I'm going to look specifically at you here. Okay. Here's a good start. It's the Eight of Swords. That's a person who feels stuck and trapped and can't go anywhere and do anything. That's followed by the Page of Coins, which means that there's money coming your way. The Ace of Rods, something new in terms of work and career and life and things of that sort. The Nine of Rods, I just had that for the previous caller. That's a person who's prepared for what's coming and can handle it. Now, here's the $1 million card. The Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords means that the worst is over. The life threw its worst at you, and you're still here.
Really?
Yep, that's what that shows. And that means you're going to get up and you're going to do fine. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. That definitely doesn't mean it'll be easy, but it means that you're going to do it. And you have. This is the third time tonight I got this card, which is the Sun, which is healing and growth and health and happiness. You see. The bad stuff is going away. But right now, it doesn't look like that because you're feeling stuck. If you look at the Eight of Swords as a card, it shows a person stuck.
Yeah.
There is a card here that and I expected to see this card. It indicates that one phase of your life is coming to an end and another phase is beginning. So you'll be able to look back on this time as the ending of where the past came to go, and now you're moving into the next phase of your life, and it's going to be very good for you. There's a mystical side to you, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, now of course I'm saying that because I had the High Priestess card here, but that's the kind of thing that I could infer that anyway because you're calling a show like this. But the High Priestess is here, which means that you're a person who's intuitive. You can see behind the veil. You've got the Magician card. It's the same thing here. The Judgment cards, because these three cards are major cards. And this tells me that you're at a turning point in your life. This is a very important time in your life, right?
Okay.
The High Priestess shows that you're intuitive and spiritual. The Magician shows that you have the power to use that spirituality here on the earthly level. And the Judgment card means that you're going to get what you deserve, what is owed you, you will get. And it's also a card of rebirth. It's a card of rebirth. Okay. Now that fits in with what I said earlier, which is that I've got a card that indicates the end of one phase of your life and the beginning of another. It's almost like a new you is coming.
Yeah.
So hang in there. Just please hang in there because there really is good stuff coming. And I assure you, if I didn't see that, I would tell you. If I saw something that wasn't so hot, I would talk to you about that, and we would deal with it. But you have, in fact, you have great spiritual power, probably more than you know, because that's the Fool card I've got. The Fool card doesn't mean you're a dope. It's not about being a fool. It means the person is the beloved of God and has great spiritual protection and power. Have you ever felt that? You've gotten into some bad situations, but you worked out, it came out okay? You have spiritual protection. These are four major cards. They're among the four most important cards in the deck. I'm going to tell you what they are again, so you can look these up if you want to. The High Priestess, the Magician, the Judgment card, and the Fool. This is telling me that you're entering a phase in life that's going to be really, really good, and you're ready for it. You deserve it. That's the Judgment card.
Yeah.
And you're the one making it happen. You're not just sitting back waiting. You're making. So as difficult as this can feel, because change, even change for the better is bad for a lot of people. People won't take it. It's true. And there's this thing called, the psychological stress units for getting married, for instance, are the same at the same level for getting divorced. So there's no value judgment here in terms of the nature of the change. But in your case, you're changing things in your life are going to be changing for the better, but that still takes some getting used to. So let it wash over you and meditate on these things. And tell yourself that there's a new stage in life coming. Here's the 10 of Cups, great happiness, great joy. The Justice card, along with the Last Judgment, that tells me if you're involved in anything of a legal nature, or it could just be a general thing, you are about to get all the things that you have been denied that you feel that you are deserved. It's coming your way. I've got to run. I've only got about 2 minutes left. But I
thank you very much.
This is a very good. The thing is, right now you're feeling stuck and nothing's happening. Don't let that overwhelm you, because great change is coming your way. Change really for the better too. So I'm going to light a white candle to send positive energy your way. But something with a reading like this, you don't need
thank you.
You've got loads of positive energy coming. So hang on, because you're headed for the ride of your life. Your destiny is coming to knock on your door, and it's got good news for you. Okay? Got to run.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. End of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show number 27,892. Well, it's 300 and something. I've lost track. I do number these shows in my files. But I've been pretty lax for the last few months. I think I've been lax since I had that flu in the spring. Oh, that was one mother of a flu. Yeah. So remember, these are very stressful times, and we have a whole industry called the news, which is going to try to dump as much anxiety into your system between now and election day as possible. That's what they're there for. And you know what happens the day after the election is over? They start covering the next election. And they want to ratchet that up. So we can't all be, living on tranquilizers, or gin. We just realize that these are people who are paid millions of dollars to keep us upset, so that we tune in and watch. So don't let that get to you. So I will be back again next week. Same time, same place, and we will look through the magical window of the tarot. Remember, till then, as I said earlier, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hi, my name is Kylie Nelson, and I'm a professional psychic medium and Reiki master. I'm here this evening to let you guys know about what I do, how I heal, and everything that I do for others to help them understand their own journey as a healer or a person who is healing on their own. There's a couple things that I want to do as I introduce myself, as I am moving into international energy and healing others. As I have gotten into my own healing journey, it has been very much a large portion of my life as I've healed others around me. And I've healed myself to almost an extreme level where I never thought I could be. This is why I do what I do, so that I can share this energy with others and also teach others how to heal. So starting with a little bit of an understanding, I want to share a little bit of my story and tell who I am. Again, my name is Kylie Nelson. I am a mother full-time, and I am a professional psychic medium and Reiki master. I also like to call myself an alignment guide, because I align others into higher consciousness and also into their gifts if they are intuitive or a healer in any way. I also help to align others into their correct path. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to explain to you some things that have pushed me into my own journey and how I have gotten here. When I was a child, I had a brother that was in very close connection with me, and he ended up passing away at a very young age. When I was connected with him, I was very present with him, even sleeping in bed with him every night because we were just that close and we were best friends. He always encouraged me to be myself and have fun. And losing him was very detrimental to my mental health as well as my family. Within years passing, we actually disconnected within my own family. And I was also disconnected from his energy. And I grew up and had a little bit of an understanding with my own traumas. And these were traumas that were given to me by others, and also traumas that I caused myself from unknowingly moving into energy that was unhealthy. And this is why I prefer to heal others and let others know what's going on in their own energy and around them so that they can move into their own positive path. Understanding that, I have come a long way and I have healed a lot of energy around me as well as a ton of clients. I've worked with hundreds of energies, and I started with intuitively reading tarot cards after working with runes myself. Understanding that I moved into that energy on my own with no one around me to believe in my gift besides my husband was very important, because moving into an intuitive journey is very important to believe in yourself, even if nobody else does. I was very lucky and fortunate to have a husband that was so supportive, even with something that seems almost insane, as calling myself a psychic is almost the craziest thing I could ever imagine for myself. And I always sit in the energy of helping and healing others to understand that you can be comfortable in your own energy even if no one believes you. As in and out of my intuitive journey, I lost belief in myself. And this is the number one thing that I push with my clients. This is the number one thing that I push with everybody, because believing in yourself is the most important part. And you need to celebrate your accomplishments, celebrate your energy, and celebrate how you have healed. It's very, very important to understand sitting in healthy energy is where you need to be as a healer and as a person so that you can control what is around you. Because when you are on the correct path, when you are on correct energy for yourself, healing yourself and others, God energy, the energy of higher consciousness that flows through all of our bodies here on earth, sits with you and helps you, brings you gifts, as well as spirits that you may connect with, and anyone around you that is sitting with you will also help you align into consciousness. Now, I want to let a couple people know I am very incredibly thankful for the support that I've had, especially with my clients, my collective, and especially this radio network for surprising me and thanking me for being here and also willing to work with me and giving me a larger platform to heal others. I am very, very thankful. I'm very excited as this is my first show, and I'm looking forward to do this every single week and healing others as I am. I'm just so incredibly thankful. There's no other way for me to explain it other than thanking the family that I spent time with today, and also my husband, as well as all my clients and the collective energy that I'm looking to heal and that are open to accepting my healing energy. It's very important to understand also that if you are moving into an intuitive journey and you are connecting with intuition, or if you are going to be sitting with a healer, that you are needing to accept the energy. It's really, really important to understand that you have to be open to healing. You cannot sit within a divine energy and choose to not receive it in any way. This would almost be like denying the gift, and this is something that you don't really want to do when you are moving into energy. And I can tell you personally, I have been there. I have been in and out, and there are some understandings I had to come to because there were things that I was receiving. There's energy that I understood where I needed to protect myself. And because I was in doubt, I did not move forward with protecting myself. And my God energy, or the spirits that I worked with, had to work extra hard to show me who I was, what kind of person I could be, and how I actually do heal others so that I could believe in that to also heal myself. As life as an intuitive, or life as a healer, as a psychic, anything you call yourself is definitely about receiving energy, even if you are unaware. as it happens at the same time that life happens. Energy exists at the same time, and it's a world that not everyone is aware of, but it is constant with you and happens at the same time as your day-to-day life. So I'm here to bring awareness to everything and help everybody else heal so that you can connect with yourself, so that you can heal others, and also move your path forward with anything that you want to. That's the most important thing, is you can do anything you want in your life. You can do anything you want with energy, and you can manifest your dream life. Or personally, what I have done is actually not manifested. I have given my spirit team the true realm of control with my energy, and I've allowed my spirit team to use me to heal others and also to guide me into my own path, because I do not ask for anything. And this is one of the main key points that I give others in and out of sessions, because if you are asking your team to guide you and tell you what to do, they will give you the best path. If you are not asking for anything, it will give you a deeper understanding of what you need to learn and things that you would like to have, but you actually don't understand that you want to have them yet, which is very important because your spirit team knows what's best for you. And this is going to be what I push for my clients. I always do that. Even though you have the opportunity and choice to manifest whatever you would like, your spirit team will sit with you, your spirits will sit with you, and they will continually give you what you need, even if you are not asking, as long as you continue to be grateful and aware, especially with an understanding that energy exists at the same time, and also understanding that you are in control. Even if you let your spirit team have control, even if you connect with a specific spirit and let them have control, they are doing what's best for you. And it is actually you in control, because you are giving your control to energy. And this is going to complete the balance of manifesting or bringing anything that you want into your life, as well as understanding things around you. As there may be things that certain energies need to understand, and you may not necessarily know what you need to understand. I also moved into being a Reiki master, which is very important because this is how I heal energy and heal bodies, or energetic bodies, spiritual bodies, and I use the chakra system. This is very important because it helps me read energy as well as energetic wounds that are connected to the chakras. Within a lot of the collective energy that I've read, a ton of my collective has actually had sacral chakra wounds and also root chakra wounds, which is very important to understand that if you break off from those, you will have more belief in yourself, and you will also have more energy to be creative and be connected to energy, as sacral chakras are very much connected. Confirmation. Also understanding if you are connected with your body and not blocked. If there's something that's very important, you will be either needing to repeat it, or you will cough on your words, or you will even burp sometimes as a confirmation to understand that you are correct or that you are aligned. And this is very important to be in your body as well, because your body will communicate with you. Now, I am very connected with energy. I'm very connected with others. But if you have a root chakra blockage, this is going to put you in a system of where you do not necessarily believe yourself. And this may control a lot of self-doubt and also stop you from being able to manifest energy. And sacral chakra blockages will create a blockage so that you cannot connect to creative energy, as well as sexual energy if you are with yourself or a partner. This is why I do what I do, because everyone needs to be connected with themselves, and everyone deserves to be connected with their partners that they wish. Also, I just want to state that I am a healer, and I am only looking to heal. And there are a couple things that I just want to let people know. Moving into energy, I'm excited to read publicly. I'm excited to read for my collective and be open for sessions online. But I do want to let everybody know I do not protect anybody who cheats. If you are a cheater and you are coming to me for a session, I will immediately close out the session, and you will not receive a refund, because that is not healing in any way. And if you are moving into that energy, unfortunately, that is not going to be healing for you or others. So it's very important to understand, please do not come to me if you are asking for that kind of guidance. because that is not healing for you or others. Now, I am going to take a call. I have Elise here on the line.
Hi, how you going?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, sorry. Are you ready for a session?
I'm ready.
Would you
I'm
like
ready.
a general reading?
Yeah, I don't have anything specifically, to ask, but just would like to know, I guess what is there out there for me?
I'm sorry, what
whatever
was that?
you feel.
Okay,
Just whatever you
I
feel. I don't really have a specific, yeah.
Okay. So I am connecting to your energy body here, and there are a couple things that you need to understand. I'm actually also picking up a grandparent energy. This may be a grandfather, and it may either be the first generation grandfather or a great grandfather. Is brown hair significant in your family line with your grandfather?
Brown hair.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
okay. I have an energy. I have coffee energy, and I also have slight disconnection from that. So this energy is a little bit disconnected from you. And I actually am picking up that you are a bit of an intuitive yourself as well. Are you aware of these energies with you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what I'm actually seeing is that just as I spoke here, you actually have a root chakra blockage. As I am a Reiki master, I'm actually going to pull that blockage from you with Reiki. And I'm actually seeing you have a lot of doubt within yourself, or this was placed on you by others. It's very important to understand. Yep, listening to others. Listening to others is important when it's positive, but especially when you are moving into any kind of intuitive work and you're aware a spirit is with you, you want to make sure that you sit in positive intention for yourself and make sure that you're aware of this energy. As I feel like this grandfather has kind of been pushed away, as almost I feel maybe you are, I'm picking up a little bit on shame. Have others made you feel shameful for this?
Is this connected to your grandfather?
Yeah, I'm seeing, yeah.
Or just
I'm
in
seeing
general?
that, well, I'm just in general, because I'm seeing your grandfather sitting with you, but he was almost pushed away energetically, and this may have been because
he was. If it's who I think it is, he wasn't. He passed away when I was quite young, but he used to be there, but wasn't. Yeah, he was pushed away from. I guess, yeah.
Okay.
From the intertwinings of family life, he was always just. He was there, but he wasn't there.
I see that. I understand there was a slight disconnection even probably before his passing. Just it seems like he was just really busy in life probably, and he wasn't as connected with you is what I'm feeling. And what I'm seeing is that within your root chakra, you know and are aware of this connection to your grandfather, but you have almost pushed him away yourself energetically. And he's actually sitting with me in this moment to let me know that the energy that you may be receiving from, I'm seeing a third party. So I don't see it's someone that you're connected to, as I see you have a sacral chakra connection to a partner. But there are other energies around you in third party area. And this would just be any other energy you're not connected to, putting doubt on your energy. And because you're intuitive and you're connected to that energy, and allowing that energy as you're open, you are accepting that, and it's actually moved into a sacral, or not a sacral, but that's where you're connected to your partner, into a root chakra wound. So understanding that, I also see that it's connected to your sacral. That may have been why that just slipped up, is because you are supposed to be moving into a creative and connected energy to be connected with him. And he is actually wanting you to paint. Have you been feeling like you need to paint?
I've been feeling like I need to do something. I was thinking like a jigsaw, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like painting or something creative. Yeah.
Yeah. So to connect with your grandfather, I'm actually being told that you need to call his energy a bit more and connect with him more by releasing the doubt that you have.
Because I've been trying to more so connect with my grandmother.
Okay.
It's
your
interesting.
grandmother. Sorry, you can go ahead.
No, it's just interesting that he popped up because, that was his wife. So.
Yeah. So I
I
do,
know, but yeah.
I see that your grandfather sits with you, but I understand that there are a couple of things that you just need to do to connect fully with this energy. And your grandfather is wanting
Yeah.
to reach and connect with you to get you into the creative energy so that you are able to fulfill the connection that you have to be able to receive the other energies that are connected with you. I also
How do I do
do
this?
hear he is asking about painting or drawing, or even if you would like to write,
Okay.
if you want to write poetry or a short story, or even just journaling. That's a creative energy as well. But you are supposed to release the doubt that you have and connect with those energies and be aware that they are there so that you can move into the energy of receiving. As I also hear that you are clairvoyant as well, and clairaudient. So you may be able to hear with a little bit of work on those skills, and you may also be able to see energy in your third eye. So understanding that you're being asked just to create and connect with your creative energy to be able to connect with those energies and receive any information, downloads, or guidance from those two family members.
Is there any significance to a butterfly? Just while I have you.
I see a butterfly. I also see a blue butterfly. So this may be significance to healing and being free, like free flowing. Yeah. So I'm seeing it's almost as if you're being reminded to be free and to fly, to let go of energy and to freely be yourself so that you can connect with whatever energy you want. Because doubting yourself and doubting your abilities is going to create a blockage so that you are not able to connect to the energy, and your energies will wait until you are ready, and then they will sit with you when you are connected.
Okay. So a bit of self-love.
Okay. Well, I am so thankful to have you on air, and I am going to take the next caller.
Lovely. Thank you.
Have a good night. All right. I have Angela on the air here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. I'm calling to see if you can connect with my cat that passed away.
Okay. I actually love connecting with animals, as I personally also lost a pet when I was young, and he sits with me very often. So I'm picking up a white or gray energy. Is that correct with you?
Yeah, she's like
Okay.
white in the bottom.
Okay. Okay. That's awesome. So I'm seeing kind of the belly area. Was he sick, or was there energy? He's also coming to me as a masculine energy. Is that correct?
No, it's a girl.
Okay. So understanding that I'm reading that pet as a masculine energy, I see that this was almost a connection with you where you felt very connected and protected almost by this energy. It's very important to understand that even if there are feminine and masculine presenting in the 3D that we are in, energy will sit in masculine or feminine to let you know what they are doing for you. And I see that this energy actually was connected with you to almost pull energy from you. Is that why you felt so much release when you were connected to this animal?
I mean, she was very affectionate.
Yeah.
And
so
she was very playful.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
She was very like energetic and playful and just very affectionate.
Okay. So understanding that this cat was connected with you, there's a little bit of energy that you need to understand about caring for yourself a bit more, as you may feel a little bit down. This pet was actually here with you to get you to be more reactive to things a little bit, I'm seeing, and play a little bit, as you may be feeling down and you are being asked to play a little bit more in your life or connect a little bit more in your life. Because I see there's moments where they're laying on you, this cat, your kitty. I see and feel also whiskers. So this may have been something that's very significant to you. If I'm seeing almost rubbing on the face. So connecting with you during this time is actually when the energy was sitting with you and pulling energy from you. So understanding that you're being asked to be more playful or to release a little bit more is going to be very important because you do not have that outlet anymore. And this pet is actually wanting you to give yourself a little bit of a break, actually, because you're being way too hard on yourself.
I mean, she was young. She was only 2 years old. So it was not expected at all.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if it was meant to happen or not.
So I actually see that you may have recently been called to get another pet, or you did connect with this pet recently on your own. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I have another cat, but the other cat is very territorial, so I wouldn't be able to get another cat. It was even impossible to almost get this cat because it took me 2 months to get, have them separate for 2 months. It was very hard on me. But
yeah,
I don't want to go through that again, getting another cat. The cat I have now, she's also 2. But she wasn't affectionate as the one that passed.
Okay. So I'm actually seeing a third energy. So this may mean that you will be granted your wish to have an animal that's going to blend with the animal that you have already, as I'm actually seeing a third animal coming to you. If you do not know about...
I do have another cat that passed away, but that was 15 years ago.
Okay. Actually, I'm seeing that in the future, this cat is going to be coming to you. So I'm hearing 2 to 3. So that's either 2 to 3 days or 2 to 3 weeks. I'm actually seeing a cat come to you. If you don't know about the cat distribution system, this is actually from the spirit world, and they bring animals presently to you when you need them. And I actually see this coming to you within the next 2 to 3 days or 2 to 3 weeks. It could also be 2 to 3 months, but I don't see it's that far out. And I see that this pet is actually going to be connected with the other feline that you have, but I don't see that they are super friendly. But I see that this cat is actually going to be very affectionate for you as well. And the color orange may be significant. So the cat may be orange or have a little bit of orange on them. But understanding that this animal is coming to you, it's also very important to understand to give yourself a little bit of a break, because that was really a test of how hard you were going to work to keep the peace in your home. And you worked very, very hard, but you need to give yourself a little bit of a break because there's a little bit of understanding with the fact that you needed rest, but you really wanted more affection from another animal. So understanding that, you will be gifted another animal. I am hearing your spirit team will be bringing them to you, but it's very important to stay calm and also be aware that they will be there without calling and wanting and asking, just knowing that they are on their way. And again, the color orange may be significant, and I'm also picking up white. So it might be orange and white, just to let you know.
Is she okay? Is she with me?
Yes, that cat is okay, the cat that passed, and she is with you. Spirits always sit with you. They don't just wander off. If you have a spirit that is connected with you, they are with you. It is your choice and ability to be aware if they are there or not. And I actually do see times where you may have slipped up on your feet when you are walking or tripping. Even if you weren't aware that they were energetically there, this may have been the cat letting you know that they were there. Or if you felt like a slight brush on an ankle, this is the spirit letting you know. I actually do see both of the spirits sitting with you. Are you sitting in a chair right now?
I mean, I'm sitting with my other cat. She's on the table, but the one that passed, it was just it's only been a week. She passed last Tuesday, and I really cried. I've never cried in my life before, all week.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. They do want to let you know that the bath time that you had was significant. So if you are taking baths and they were coming in the bathroom, or if you were in the shower and getting out of the shower and they were near you during that time, they really want to make a note of that time that they had with you and to let you know that they are aware that you are missing them. And also they want you to know that the grieving process that you have gone through, you have also been just a little bit hard on yourself. And they want you to know that it's okay to release a little bit of the pain because they are there with you. I do see them laying at your feet.
Did she suffer? Was she even meant to go? Because I don't even know what was wrong with her. She was at the hospital for one day, and they don't even know.
So I actually see a quick passing, and I don't hear pain. But I do see that they went quick, and they didn't have a lot of issues. It doesn't seem so. It was very peaceful for them, and they.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is old Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where we're going to spend the next hour delving into the mystical world of the tarot. I figured I needed a fanfare. I mean, I've been doing this for years without a fanfare. I want a fanfare. Other kids get a fanfare. I wanted a fanfare. That was my canned fanfare. Just add water, yeah. We're here tonight live, rounding the bend to the end of October, which means Halloween is coming up. So go to my website, boy, look how fast he got into this. Magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. Magic-works.com. Click on my blog, and you'll see the latest blog post, which is about Halloween. Halloween is there because I have a wonderful pumpkin that I carved and I videoed 12 years ago. And it hasn't rotted yet. It's still there. And so I put it up every year. And I've got some announcement there about a couple of books, which will really, really enhance your Halloween. If you don't get them in time for Halloween this year, don't worry about it. Just do Halloween all year round. You can get them any old time. One is the Medieval Secrets of Black Magic, and the other is the Book of Forbidden Knowledge. Boy, that's perfect for Halloween stuff. I mean, none of this trick or treat, give me some candy corn. No, we're pros. You know, we get into the real nitty gritty of Halloween, which is scary stuff. Spell casting. I naturally don't recommend casting spells to hurt people, but some people ask for it. Now, don't give in to that kind of temptation. This is to show you what not to do. This is show you to be a better person. Don't do any magic that you can have bounce back on you and hurt you, because it's not what it's there for. We can discuss that sometime. You can go look at my page when you're at my website. You can look at my page on revenge. Yes, revenge. And that's something that crosses a lot of people's minds. I want to talk to you about, since we're getting into the Halloween thing, this is another kind of season too. This happens every couple of years. It's election time. Have you noticed that it's always an election time? As soon as this election is over, November 6th, they're going to start with the next one. You'll see. I mean, that's because it brings ratings. Media loves elections because it splits the audience, and you can as long as there's a thing called market segmentation. That's the deal. That's what media is all about. Market segmentation. What can we do to attract this or that? I mean, I knew a guy who loved sports many years ago. He loved sports. And his dream was to go to work for Sports Illustrated. And I said, don't do it. And he said, well, why? I said, because you love sports. The Sports Illustrated has nothing to do with sports. They'll hire people who are knowledgeable when it comes to sports, but they don't care about sports. It's just market segmentation so that they can sell you sports-related things. And he thought I was being so cynical. But, we were in the marketing business anyway. How could a guy who is in marketing not know this? So he cheerfully worked his way up the ladder and got into Sports Illustrated, where he had a miserable time because nobody there gave a rat's patootie about sports. It was all about market segmentation. This is why magazines and TV shows exist. It's to get certain kind of audiences. This was the beauty of a program like Star Trek. You wonder why it lasted so long? Well, you know, nice scripts, good, interesting stories, this, that. But there was a character there to please every segment of the audience. You had the rational side with Mr. Spock. You had the emotional side with the Doctor. You had the manly side with the captain. You know, you had the woman who answers the phones. There's all kinds of things there. Now, that was such a successful format that it was ripped off again and again. For instance, Barney Miller, which you probably never thought of as really a descendant of Star Trek, because there was somebody in the characters in that police station to appeal to some segment of the audience. It's all about market segmentation. And what is more market-driven than politics? You know, that first of all, you sign up for a club. I belong to this one, you belong to that one, therefore I hate your guts, don't come over to my place for dinner. It never used to be that way. I mean, I remember here in New York, we had, when we had two political parties very active, every week, the leaders of the Democrat Party and the Republican Party would get together for lunch. Every week. And they would talk policy and things like that. You know, that was before they were trained to hate each other. And that kind of hatred came out of market segmentation. Now, I'm saying this for a reason. I wouldn't bring up something so pernicious if there wasn't something we could do about it. Just keep in mind that this is the silly season. That's what the media calls the ending of winding down of the campaign, because bizarre stuff starts happening. You know, now we're getting all this stuff. Suddenly everybody's an expert on Hitler. You know, everybody. I can show you a quotation praising Hitler as a wonderful, wonderful leader from 1937 by Winston Churchill. People, you know, that's mind-blowing. But you don't hear that. This is now, it's used as a battering ram to beat people up. Say, you're Hitler. No, you're Hitler. You know, that kind of, it's so mature, isn't it? It outdoes the issues. And that brings me to a book that I discuss every year around election time. It's called Unmasking Fear. And I want you to check that book out if you haven't. That book is about how, for their own interests, the powers that be keep us at each other's throats. And they do it by keeping us in a state of fear. It's all about fear. 99% of advertising is fear. Do I stink? Is he going to call me back? What did I say to her to get her so angry? You know, oh no, what can I do? So commercials are, you know, they set up a situation in 30 seconds to fill you with fear. Now, this book goes back before that. They'll show you how deep the roots are for this kind of institutionalized fear. Unmasking Fear was written in 1919. That was before even I was born. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah. I got my turban on wrapped real tightly so I don't fall apart. The 1919, there's a new edition of it out now, which I wrote the introductions to. I wrote an introduction and a foreword. I did that because I had more ideas by the time I was done. So you can get a copy of Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones with introductions by me, Reverend Elliot, that put the book in context and explain how it was relevant back then. There were barely any telephones in 1919. There was no radio in 1919, so there was no television. Movies were just flickering black and white images. They didn't really do much. And they were mostly pedaled around from one theater to another on a bicycle, and they lasted 6 minutes. It's, you know, if somebody made, like in 1919, you had The Birth of a Nation, I believe was 1919. It revolutionized the film industry. It told a story in like 2 hours. Holy mackerel, you know, that's, but even that was based on fear. That had, it's a very controversial film then. It is now. But the point I'm getting at is Unmasking Fear will show you how, for more than 100 years now, I mean, the book is over 100 years old, but the things in the book were old when the book was written. The power structure is there to scare you and keep you scared and keep you in a state of panic and fear, because then you'll do what they want. You'll buy what they want. See, you'll see what they want. You'll interpret things through a lens of fear. That is not good, folks, and that'll kill you. Fear is good. Let's get that out of the way. Fear is an emotion that we have developed as human beings to serve us evolutionarily. The evolutionary advantage of fear is that it tells you that you're in danger and you will be able to take care of yourself. Constant fear is terror. That's no good. No, then, that's the kind of stuff that Don Knotts used to make fun of, showing a guy who's in constant state of fear, and it was very funny. But we found it funny because we know it's true. So I want you to look at Unmasking Fear and consider getting this book and reading it. You'll find, I think, one review of the book at Amazon, which is horrible. But the person writing it has this bug up his intestines about religion, because there is some stuff in there that it touches on religion. You can't not do it. I mean, what is a greater fear than do this or you're going to burn in eternal damnation? There's all kinds of things that are being used to control us. Now, the person who wrote the book was not anti-religion, not quite the contrary. In fact, he was a seriously religious person and spiritual person. You can misuse anything. But read the other reviews there at the link at Amazon.com. If you can find the link to it at Unmasking Fear at mojoacademy.org. There's links there. You can get it right from the printing press and save. I'll show you how to save 15%. It's not an expensive book anyway. And or you can buy it from Amazon. And you could go to Amazon, look at the reviews, and then buy it the way that saves you the most money. How's that? Take a look at mojoacademy.org for Unmasking Fear. It'll be right there on the homepage. You just scroll down until you find it. There's also a link, tinyurl.com/fear. Unmask/fear. That's the one. Look at that. I got so many of these tiny URL things that I get confused here. It's tinyurl.com/unmask-fear. But you'll find it you may find other editions at Amazon, but I think you should take a look at mine because being mine, it's superior. And you get my writing too, my particular take on how this book applies to now. There isn't very much people think that applies from 1919, and it still works today. But let me tell you, you read that book, you will say, yeah, I know, I see, I know that. Oh, I know that. Yeah, I've seen that in action, because there's a great movement to keep us in fear. How many people in America are living in a state of terror and fear? It's astonishing how many of us are. They're constantly in fear, and it's the basis of almost all elections. Sooner or later, they all start out happy and joyous. Sooner or later, they end up trying to scare you, and they succeed. I mean, they are good at it. These are experts. These are highly trained people who know how to scare us on a wide level. So I want you to just calm down as we approach Election Day. Early voting has started, so maybe you can get that out of the way if you want. But in the lead up to Election Day, it's going to get crazier and crazier, and I urge you to resist that. This is not an endorsement for any political party. That I leave to you, to your needs. I happen to believe that the expert in which party to vote for to fill your needs is you. And anybody who tells you otherwise is arrogant. That's no matter what their party is. They can make a suggestion. They can say, if you feel this, then I humbly suggest you vote for me, but you don't hear that. You hear vote for me, or certain parts of your anatomy are going to fall off. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Now, there's a lot in the world to be afraid of. As I said, fear is important. You need fear. And I want to write something about that another time also, although there is a chapter on, look, this is going to be like synergy here. There's a chapter on the need for fear in Reverend Elliott Explains It All, another book about the esoteric philosophy. Guess who wrote that one? Because there is, like I said, anybody who's fearless is asking to be killed. Fearless is, I'll just jump out of the airplane. I'll check the parachute on the way down. No. Don't trust the guy who's fearless. No, they're reckless. What are the other feelings? Anger, there's another one that people get bred out of them. Have you seen people turn to children, little children, and say, don't you talk to me in that tone of voice, young man? Don't you raise your voice to me, little girl? No. But don't belittle their anger either. Don't say, oh, that is so cute. She threatened to skewer me with a tent pole. No. Anger is important. Anger is the emotion that tells you you've been mistreated. Out of control, anger becomes rage. And rage eats you alive in many ways, not the least of which it gets you to do stupid things. Don't ever act out of anger. Never. I mean, that's right up there. You married men will understand this. There's things you never say to your wife, just like your mother. Oh, brother. Ooh, talk about unleashing the whirlwind, right? So I want you to take a look at unmasking fear. If this constant barrage of psychological warfare designed to keep you in a state of panic and fear is taking a toll on you, and you may not even know it, then I urge you to read this book that will show you how it's done, why it's done, who's doing it, and what you can do about it. It's called Unmasking Fear, because fear is important. You want to know how important fear is? I'll tell you how important fear is. Lying. Nobody's ever been able to persuade me otherwise concerning what I'm about to tell you. This is not Reverend Elliott's rule number 1 in life. This is maybe rule number 1A or 1B or maybe 2, but it's right up there. We only lie to people we fear. There's no other reason to lie to people than you are afraid of what's going to happen if you don't lie to them. And that means you fear the person. We can discuss that if you want to call in and, as you do a reading, if you want to ask about that or argue with that. Because I know I have enough respect for you as an audience that I know that your argument is going to be beyond saying, is not. You'll say, gee, Reverend Elliott, I know you're a world-recognized authority on just about everything, but, yeah, in my dreams, right? But I respectfully disagree, and we can discuss it. I'd love to do that. I am fully aware of the fact that if I disagree with somebody, I must give myself the option of considering that I'm the one who's wrong. Or maybe neither of us is wrong, but that's where we are. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. That really advances the culture, doesn't it? So keep in mind, as the election gets more and more bizarre, and it will, I mean, we haven't seen the end of crazy time yet. Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones with a foreword and a prologue by Reverend Elliott. You can find that at mojoacademy.org. I'm taking a little more time here, not just to shill a product, but I truly believe in this book. And I absolutely believe that it will help you. It will help, and even if you're fine, even if you're onto it, even if you know all about it, it'll add to your ammunition in terms of being able to explain it to people, perhaps. Not that you're not eloquent. I know you are, or you wouldn't be listening to this show and calling in. See, that's the other thing. What is the greatest fear? Speaking of fear, what is the greatest fear people have? Public speaking. Well, you guys who are going to call in tonight, you beat that. You're going to call in and talk to a complete stranger, and you're going to open up yourself, and you're going to speak honestly about things going on in your life. So the least I can do is respect that by treating you with the dignity and respect and honesty myself. And that's what I always strive to do. Unless you're a pain in the neck, which has only happened once, by the way. I think in all the years I've been doing this, there's only been one person who tried to be a wise guy. And oddly enough, I knew the person. What if familiarity breeds contempt, right? Well, he's no longer with us. Not that the two have anything to do with each other, but there you go. So listen, that's it. Please keep in mind, there are some very highly paid people. I'm not talking about people being paid millions of dollars. I don't have millions of dollars. I have no idea what it would feel like to have millions of dollars. I mean, am I rich? Some people think I am. I mean, if I had to say anything, I would use the answer Richard Pryor used to give. I'm a thousandaire. Yeah, but no, I just want you to know that there are people who have ruminated on these great topics like fear and manipulation of the public since long before we graced this planet. And make no mistake about it. I mean, don't ever sell yourself short. You're here for a reason, which means you are gracing this planet. You know who I'm talking to. You are here for a reason. Now, tarot and the esoteric arts are one of the things that help find what that reason is. You never know. You just don't know. This is why I never really made plans in my life. I had a rough outline of what I wanted to do in life, but I never made plans about saying, well, I'll do this and I'll do that and then I'll get here and I'll get there. I knew people who did that. I knew people who mapped their lives out to the last degree. One had everything fixed up so that he would retire at 50. He almost made it. He retired at 51 and then he died. So that's kind of sad. But he got it. He got what he wanted. I have known people who all I want is to be rich and famous. And I used to say to them, pal, if that's all you want, you'll get it. But you're going to find out that then you're just going to be the same person you always were, except now you have loads of money and everyone knows who you are. But you'll still be the same to you inside. And they've killed themselves. I've known some highly successful people. You too. You know who they are. Some of these people that I've known, their suicides made it into the news. It's a nice, cheerful subject, isn't it? But you see, this is what I'm talking about in terms of fear. We all carry fear with us. Let's embrace the fear. Let's learn to live with fear and use fear to increase our awareness of the world around us, and do not, under any circumstances, let highly paid technicians exploit that human emotion of fear to mess up your life or my life. And that's why I say I would like you to read Unmasking Fear. And then you can call in sometime and we can discuss that too. I'm here not just to read the tarot cards, but to look into the esoteric aspect of life. Something that I arrived at quite accidentally many years ago. And like I said, I hadn't planned for it. It's almost like it planned for me. So listen, let's get right to it. After a half hour. Let's get right to the readings here and see how many we can get in. I will ring a bell now to declare sacred space. The cards are shuffled up, and then we'll get to reading the tarot. There. Now we'll pull the curtain on the magical window and speak to Lindy in Australia.
Hello.
Hi, Lindy. Hi, Lindy.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi, Reverend Elliot, is it? I'm good, thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So you were about to ask something.
Do I ask something or do you just pull a card?
Whatever you would like. Is there something you want to look at?
Oh, well, I have been listening to your discussion on fear, so I guess this is...
Well, that's interesting. Do you want to look at that?
Listening to on YouTube. Is my money safe where it is in a big bank?
Is your money safe in a big bank?
Yeah.
Okay, let me shuffle that up.
Like finances, work.
Well, the first card I have is the moon, and the moon is about the unconscious mind. I'm going to this is no great wizardry, but given the nature of your question and the nature of the card, I'm going to say that you have a bit of anxiety about this, correct?
Yeah, because I'm not working at the moment because I'm 64, so I don't know whether to go back and, go and get a job.
Kid. You're 64, you're a kid.
Yeah.
I remember
I don't know
when
whether
I was 64.
I should go and get a job or whether I'm secure, do you know what I mean?
Well, I've got some cards here that show that you're a very powerful person. I have the Magician card here. That's a person who can take spiritual energy and transform it to earthly energy. That's the broadest outline of the card, but it shows that you have that kind of ability. The 10 of Coins here is a very good card in terms of money. The 2 of Coins is about somebody who knows how to juggle money and balance money and make things happen with money. You're okay here, is what I see. Now, the thing is, I have the Page of Cups is here. That's the beginning of something emotionally in your life. So this is a very emotional... The unconscious mind and the Page of Cups and the coin cards tell me that money is important. This particular tranche of money is important to your well-being. But, of course, we know that. I mean, here's another one, the 9 of Coins. I'm not seeing anything to worry about. I'm seeing cards like the 10 of Swords, which means you went through a rough period in life, but it's over, and things got better, and you're doing well. Here's the Page of Coins. Your relationship with money is quite decent. Let's put it that way, according to these cards.
Okay.
But if you have any doubts, speak to the bank. Here's the Ace of Coins. I'm getting all these good money cards. That's the cards like you.
I guess it's just that fear of the bank's going to crash. All these changes.
You do have insurance, don't you, in the banking system in Australia?
Well, yeah, through the government.
Yeah, we have the same thing here.
The government's going to crash. So probably we will follow suit with what happens over there.
Well, money is an interesting thing because money is totally artificial, I mean, that's that. And yet,
I know.
I mean, I had, as a child in school, the best definition I ever heard of money was that money represents time worked, and yet so many people work really hard to try to get more and more money without working,
Yeah.
So, but no, see, I have very positive, upbeat cards for you. I don't see anything. The only thing I'm seeing is the moon, which shows that this is eating at you kind of unconsciously. You may be having disturbing dreams, but that you can deal with that. But I do see here's an interesting card, the 6 of Swords. You are getting in life from where you are to where you want to be. Usually involving moving. The metaphor here is somebody moving a boat from rough waters to smooth waters. So you're doing that.
I've
You're
made some big changes. Yeah.
You're taking care of yourself, and it's working. Here's the three of the sun, which is health, healing, growth, happiness, and the three of coins. You notice you've got like every coin card in the deck here. Three of coins tells me, yes, because you didn't get the bad ones. You know, like the five. Ooh, fives are nasty. The three of coins here tells me that there is a position coming your way, which is probably going to be a temporary assignment or a temporary job, but you will fulfill the requirements of that work and be recognized for having done so successfully, and that will lead to more things for you. So you're on the right path.
Okay, that sounds good.
Ace of Rods.
I appreciate your time.
The Ace of Rods confirms that. That means a new job, new career path. And you did mention you know, even at 64, it's always good, even at 64, to look for something new. Yeah. So why not? You don't want to get into a rut.
Well, I left two really good jobs, and I made a really big move by myself. I just sold my house and packed up my car.
Was there a reason was there a specific reason behind this? Was there a goal you were looking at?
What you said, the bad time. Yeah, my husband died, my house burnt down. It was a tough time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But,
that's I saw the tough times in here, but but that card means that those times are over. That's what's good about it.
Yeah, I feel that too. Yeah, I feel that too.
So I
really appreciate that.
I see good things coming your way.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's good.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So do I have to go searching for a job, or should I just...
No, there's something coming there's something coming your way. I see it.
Okay.
I even get the Six of Coins here, which is a card of if there's something you want to do, you may even get an investor, a backer. So that's a card of philanthropy and money coming your way. You're going to do fine financially, according to these. But if you have any doubts, you should look into a new bank, you know. Why not, right?
Well, I have split my money. I have gone to two now.
Good.
Yeah. Well, I just want the kids to have something, you know, and I go, you know, not that I'm planning to go, but you know what I mean?
Oh, listen, I do know. I mean, that's why I missed a bunch of shows after going for a checkup and finding out that I'm close to checking out, but we're working on keeping me alive. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go yet.
And I feel good on you. I'm not either. So I'm going to get that book unmasked. Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it helps. It's one of my favorite books. That's why I reprinted it from my publishing company with my own addition to the front. Well, anyway, I'm going to light a candle to send positive energy your way, but I think you've got plenty of it going for you. Trust me, these cards are really good.
Thank you so much. I do trust you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye. And I realize one of my cardinal rules in life is don't ever trust somebody who says trust me, and I just said trust me. So I don't know. I guess I don't count, right? I'm above all that. Let's go to Crystal in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Hi, Crystal. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there. Hi, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I hope everything's going to go well for you and your health. I'm sending love and light your way.
Thank you. There's so many people doing that I feel, I just got a bunch of lab reports in and the numbers are much better. They're still disastrous, but they're much better. So that's a start.
I'll keep sending beams. Yeah.
I appreciate it. And that I want to make sure I mention that in almost every show, because I hear from members of the audience all the time sending me energy and healing energy and health and Reiki energy, and I just I know that's why I'm doing better now than I was a couple of weeks ago. So what can I look at for you, Crystal?
Well, I'm interested in learning a little bit about my business and where I'm at there, and then my money overall and my love life.
Well, here you go. The Two of Rods is the first card I've got here. The rods are about commerce and business and career. That is, you've done some things, and you may be going into partnership with somebody else. You're waiting for something to happen. Followed by the Ace of Cups. which is all the beginning of all things romantic and emotional and good. And here's the three of rods. This is the other card. This is like the partner card to the two of rods. The three of rods is where the things materialize, but now you're waiting for it to yield results. Shows a person looking out over the bay, and there's two little ships in the distance. Well, those ships are the businesses that this person has started, and they're off to do business, and the person is just waiting for them to come back. And the threes also indicate completion. So there will be a bit of an opportunity for a good partnership, and also there will be things happening.
Are they boat related partnerships, or is that just
no,
a
it's
metaphor?
Not. That's just a metaphor. Yeah, it's not literal in that sense.
Okay.
But these are I like those two cards, and when they show up together like that, what's important to me is between them is the Ace of Cups, which is really good, and then I've got the 10 of Coins, which is absolutely marvelous. That's perfected happiness in terms of money and family and lineage and heritage and all kinds of good things. But it's good. It's financially it's excellent. It's quite good. Something new is coming because I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's the 1, 2, and 3 now I've got. So something is coming. And it's coming soon because I have the 8 of Rods. The rods really, they love you, these rods, And then, of course, now this is the other half you asked about, the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups indicates a new relationship, the beginning of something new with somebody new. Or if you're in a relationship already, it's the relationship coming to a new level.
Any insights about who that might be?
No, I don't see anything that deeply.
Because there's a couple in my midst, in my energy.
Well, it's going to happen with at least one, because I got the Page of Cups. See, the concept of the court cards begins with the Knight, which is like a potential. The Knight is on horseback and is jumping around and can be very unpredictable. The Page is the end of the thing. It's the appearance. It's the actual physical appearance of this.
Of a relationship.
Yeah, and here now the next card I have is the Queen of Cups. You've got the whole thing going here. That's telling me that there's something coming. And it'll be very good. Right now, immediately, what's going to be coming is more of in a business nature, because of the rods. But after that is when once the business stuff is settled, then the romance is going to flourish. So now, the important thing here is the Temperance card. That if you have felt that there's things in your life that are not in balance, this is the card that says they will be returning to balance. Your life will regain balance. And
I just got divorced last year.
Oh, and I wanted to ask about that only because I see the next card is the Hierophant, which is traditionally in this genre the card of wedding.
Yeah.
So you may be doing it all over again. I had a marriage that was just such a wonderful marriage. It lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days, but who's counting? And after that, I've been married to the same person for 40 years.
Wow.
So
yeah.
It can be
done. I was married for 15, and then just split a year ago, and so kind of focused on working on myself, and now I'm open to just being courted,
Yes, and the World is the card I have for you, which is the card of great success, assured success. There's still some lingering sadness. That's the 3 of Swords. It shows a heart pierced by swords, and it's crying. So there's still...
My dog died last Saturday.
Oh, no, okay.
He was 16.
Life does this to us, isn't that why? Yeah. I mean, it keeps happening. Now, there are only people who have had that many years with an animal companion can understand how bad that is. The other, look, you can get a new dog, that kind of stuff. But no, that doesn't work that way, because you can't get that dog. Although there's, down here in New York, in the Gramercy Park area, there's a unique little business for like $100,000 and something to clone your pet.
For cloning? Yeah. I thought about it. But I can just connect with them in the 5D, right?
Yeah, and there's also, you always have the memories. As a teen, we had a German Shepherd, and that was like the smartest person I ever knew. It was non-human, And
I know, right? My dog choreographed.
I still think of that guy. Yeah, so
it's beautiful.
People don't understand the depth of that, because it's as grotesque as when a woman suffers a miscarriage and somebody will invariably say, well, you can always have another. They think they're saying something nice, and they're not. And I've seen that.
People don't understand how to live in grief.
No, because grieving has been pathologized. I mean, many years ago, I was listening to a local radio program hosted by a psychiatrist actually, and a person called and said, I'm depressed. I've got a terrible depression. Do I need medication? This was around the time that Prozac came out, so it was a new thing. I said, well, what has something happened in your life to make you feel depressed? He said, well, my sister died, my brother died, my father died, my mother died, my uncle died, all in the last 4 months. I said, you're not depressed, lady, you're grieving, but we've turned it into a disease.
Yeah.
And we have to understand, of course, I believe, that there's certain losses that never fully leave us. We just absorb it, and we deal with it. Yeah, but it never fully goes away, and it's sad. Owing to the bizarre circumstances of my life, I was never able to, for instance, grieve the loss of my parents. It was just, these were people I barely knew. They loved having a child, but they didn't like to have an adult. I mean, so they didn't. They didn't know how to raise kids themselves. So I understand, and I don't hold it against them, but I don't know what it feels like to lose a parent. And I'm an old man, and I've lost, both my parents died, but, it was a different world. My mother came from a European aristocracy line where she only saw her parents at dinner time and was raised by the help. So she had no idea. And of course, I was pretty annoyed about that for many years until I understood that it doesn't always work, but in this case, I think it was, she did the best she could. But it was, of course, horrific. It wasn't very good. But what can I tell you? But I have no idea what that feels like, to grieve the loss of a parent. So all you can do is be with the person who's grieving and hold the hand, if literally or figuratively, and get us through. But the way you're talking about it seems to me that you're very healthy about this. You understand it. You're living with it and absorbing it, and you're not letting it destroy you, even though it hurts. See, we don't like pain.
He died on Saturday, so it's still pretty fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't like pain. Well, some of us do, and some of us pay for it. But when you don't strike me like that. But that's a fetish. That's not real pain. Real pain is the joke about the masochist and the sadist, and the sadist says to the masochist, "Hurt me," and the masochist says, "No." There you go. You see, there's no. It's a very strange thing, and we have to grieve the way we grieve. You've grieved enough. Have you? Boy, when that nothing riles me like people saying, "I think you've grieved enough." Then I feel like saying, "And I think you've had your front teeth long enough," and bang. No, we don't resort to violence in a civilized world. We grieve as long as we need to grieve. Now, if the grieving makes it impossible for you to live your life normally and at all, I mean, you may want to seek some help, but
I am. Yeah, I am. And I'm actually dating somebody who recently had a big loss. So we kind of understand one another and are supporting each other through it. So that's been really helpful.
Loss is an interesting thing. I came to a conclusion when I was an adolescent that the main value of our first love is how we handle losing it. So we deal with that, and there are ways in terms of the occult tradition and esoteric lore, because it's all about balance. And this is why I like that I got the card here that shows that your life is a bit out of balance now. Why not? You've had losses, but that balance will be returned. And that's very good. With some people, I've read cards and said, you better get to some help professionally fast because you're not getting any better. But I see that balance, the restoration of balance, is in your cards. Okay. Now, here's a hint for it. The card I have now is the Three of Cups. That is about achieving what you need through friends and other people. So that's good. The socializing is good. That's something I need to do a little more of, a little better. I'm not very social. I mean, my wife and I spent 20 years running a newspaper. You don't make friends doing that. So, but we do have some friends scattered around the country. But you will get what you want, and you will get what you need, and you'll do it with the aid of close people around you and friends. But you're headed on a really good path. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I've got to run. I want to see if I can get one more call in before the end, which is climbing up on us real fast. But
okay, thanks so much, Elliot.
Well, it's been great talking to you. It's helped me sort a few things out in my mind also. So this is a two-way street, right? We work with each other.
Of course it is. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And Danielle in Melbourne is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi,
Hello, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How's Australia today?
Yeah, very hot. Very hot. I'm just waiting for the kids to pick up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're heading into summer there, right?
Yeah. I'm in the country, so it's a bit warmer than the city of Melbourne, but it's beautiful.
So what can I look at for you? I would say tonight, but over there in the daytime.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty open to anything, really, in general. I've had a few major life changes, and so I just wanted to see what's coming or what I need, any advice.
Well, I'll tell you that I see the Hermit card is here, and that tells me that you're going to have somebody who will be like a mentor, who is going to help you through whatever you're going through now. If you feel that you need some help with things, it looks like there's going to be the appearance of somebody who will help guide you to get to where you want to be. The Six of Coins is here, which is a nice card. That's about getting money. It's a card of philanthropy. Right. If you're starting a business, let's say, that means you'll be able to find backers. The High Priestess is here. That's kind of a piece with the Hermit card. The High Priestess tells me that you have great insight and spiritual powers, and that you can see behind the veil. And now this time of year, the veil between this world and the next is very thin, hence things like Halloween, So I think you're going to be okay. I mean, the World card is here. That's assured success. There's changes in your life, and for the better. The Ten of Swords is here. I had that earlier. That means there was some troubles and some bad things happened, but it's over. The bad times are done. And here's the page. And the Page of Cups is here, which is a card I had explained it to someone earlier, is about the appearance of a relationship and romance and happiness. And if you're in a relationship, it means it'll reach a new level. but that's pretty good.
Yeah, I've been single a very long time. So, yeah.
Here's the Ace of... Yeah, I know you are. Here's the Ace of Cups. It's the same thing. And the Ace of Coins. That's telling me all these cards are significant in that you're going to have money and romance coming your way, which is pretty good. I mean, there's worse things to happen in life, but that's coming.
Absolutely.
You're about to enter. Do you feel it? You're about to enter a new phase of life.
Yeah, I'm feeling something's coming. I'm a single mum, so it's been quite a tough 10 years. We've had a lot of changes, and I just feel that everything's finally coming into place.
The card here I've got signifies the end of one period in life and the beginning of another, with a sunrise and a sunset, and that's pretty good. And here's the sun. The card is of health and healing and growth and happiness. You're headed for a very, very, very good period of life.
And great. That sounds amazing. That sounds so good. I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. Here's something important. Keep this in mind, because things fluctuate. This is the card called the Fool. The Fool. Now that doesn't mean you're a nitwit. The Fool is the person who's the beloved of God. The card of the Fool, had there been any negative cards in that reading, it would have eliminated the negativity. This means that you have great spiritual guardians watching over you, so you will be fine. You're getting where you want to be. And here's the Lover's card. So things are coming along for you. What you want, you're going to get. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is about happiness and fulfillment and having so many good things in life that there's even a warning that people will be jealous. And here's the Judgment card. The Judgment card refers to an awakening, a new life. So yeah, that's two cards I see indicating that strongly that a new phase of life is starting for you. And here's Eight of Rods, which means it's happening now. So things are changing.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to say they're going to change. They are changing now, and for the better.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I've got to run. I've only got a couple of minutes.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much, Elliot.
My pleasure. I hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, what is he talking about? Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the deep mysteries of life. I'm talking about the magical window which lets us see into the future, lets us see what's happening, what the influences in our lives are. If you want to learn how to do this yourself, I recommend strongly my book called, believe it or not, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It comes with a CD that has actual readings that I've done for people. You can hear points of the book illustrated, so keep that in mind also. You can get that at Amazon. It's a signed edition. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And you can do this too. There was a time when almost everybody knew how to do this. And then, we lost touch with this and we started to fall in love with our machines. And that was that. But the spiritual side, we neglected at our own loss. Dare I say, our own risk. Because there's so much to learn, and there's so much guidance to be achieved. So the books I mentioned tonight are Reverend Elliot Explains It All, Unmasking Fear, and Reverend Elliot's Magical Window if you want to learn tarot reading yourself. And then you can not have to call me at all, and you can put me out of business, and you can start your own tarot service and drive me out of the house and into the gutter. You want to do that? Fine. That's the thanks I get for 10 years of doing this show. Right. So don't forget, I got to go. We're up against it now. So just, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. I'll see you here next week. Bye-bye now.